Uh, ah, 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 ah. Okay, I'm here. Um, hi. I'm here. Just chill. I'm gonna draw. I don't know what. I really don't. I got stuff I kind of want to work on, but I don't know if I want to. I got the Fox stuff still. I'm looking at some music. But what? Let me move the mic a little closer to me. She could play something without worrying about getting fucking muted. You have to move it again because I got to put my tablet. I didn't think I was gonna use it at first, but I think I might.
Morning, Charlie.
Excuse me. Shit. Damn it.
negative.
Life's a bitch and then you die. That's why we get high, 'cause you never know when you're gonna go. Life's a bitch and then you die. That's why we get high, 'cause you never know when you're gonna go. Life's a bitch and then you die. That's why we get high, 'cause you never know when you're gonna go. Life's a bitch and then you die. That's why we get high, 'cause you never know when you're gonna go. Life's a bitch and then you die. That's why we get high, 'cause you never know when you're gonna go. Life's a bitch and then you die. That's why we get high, 'cause you never know when you're gonna go. Life's a bitch and then you die. That's why we get high, 'cause you never know when you're gonna go. Life's a bitch and then you die. That's why we get high, 'cause you never know when you're gonna go. That's why we get high, 'cause you never know when you're gonna go. Life's a bitch and then you die. That's why we get high, 'cause you never know when you're gonna go. Life's a bitch and then you die. That's why we get high, 'cause you never know when you're gonna go. Life's a bitch and then you die. That's why we get high, 'cause you never know when you're gonna go. Life's a bitch and then you die. That's why we get high, 'cause you never know when you're gonna go. Life's a bitch and then you die. That's why we get high, 'cause you never know when you're gonna go. Life's a bitch and then you die. That's why we get high, 'cause you never know when you're gonna go. Life's a bitch and then you die. That's why we get high, 'cause you never know when you're gonna go.
Vincent Price.
You are listening to another Bubby exclusive.
I ain't tripping, perpetrate, still sipping, drink, I'm still sipping. Purple 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 drink, I'm still sipping.
It's available in any pharmacy. It's a real mellow drug. It's a drink you can drink it and politic with your people. It's more like a explosive drink. Tune it up like okay, gang. It's like it's a real mellow drug.
Godzilla?
Some money to the side, my nigga, and paying him taxes. I hope you not incriminating when you and your niggas on songs you trapping. I hope you dressing yourself and not following niggas' opinions on fashion. I hope you cause I'm not one. When it comes to a vision, ain't got one. Rolling Stone never gave me a cover, so I said fuck them lessons. I ain't join no gang. I said fuck them. The keyboard clench across my path, catch my first check and said fuck them. Nigga, what you stand for? Everybody think, everybody gang know. Nigga, you a new slave. Thanks for being here.
I got it, you get it. Pull up, we blessing in business, you get it. We been like this, start talking out, let it on me, baby. Yo, rich nigga, I am my Benny, Versace, Da Vinci, red bottom, forensics. After my brother, we got different muscles. My
following niggas' opinions on fashion. I hope them cars that you drop. Para de falar que tu é minha namorada. Só te namoro na hora da cachorrada. Para de falar que tu é minha namorada. Que eu só te namoro na hora da cachorrada.
Thank you for the likes on YouTube. Oh, sorry I'm not being so talky. I kind of really like this mix. I haven't heard trappin', listen to any trappins in a while. I used to listen to trappin' all the time, this channel. I used to be into this, but I haven't really, I haven't been really drawing this consistently in a while, so. I'm glad a lot of this stuff is, not getting me muted. It's rap that I don't even know, a lot of this rap I don't even fucking recognize, but it's actually pretty good. Like, there are a couple of really good tracks that I liked so far. I'll jump back to this one. Let me listen to this other one real quick. Which one was it? Mythic Demon. This one's pretty good. Good song. Bitch. 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 Bitch.
Am I dead?
No.
Where am I?
Somewhere halfway between life and death.
Bitch.
Am I dead?
Got me fucked up. Was I hiccuping on beat? I think my hood was tough. Scratch that. The hood my dad came from was tough. The hood I came from was an Air Force neighborhood, so I don't think it was that. Well, I don't know. Would you consider a neighborhood of Air Force people tough? Especially if they have, like, weapons, or if they're armed. My dad had a lot of guns, so we always had guns. I don't have any. I can't own guns. Well, I can. I just don't want to. Nope. I might be dangerous with one. I'd be like, Max. From Sam and Max. Whenever Max has a gun, you just shoot for no reason, shit. Just have this gun. Might as well use these bullets. The fuck else am I use with them? I'll try not to shoot people. I'll shoot in the air. That's just a funny character trait. Just to have a gun and just shoot it. Just have a character to like Yosemite Sam. But then they stopped doing that with him. They had to, like, modernize him or make him woke. And he doesn't care, he's not as, like, racist or have guns anymore. That was his funniest thing, was just having his guns and just shooting everywhere. He's so tame in the Looney Tunes show, which is one of my favorite shows. Not gonna lie, but they've toned down his character. I don't know how he is in the newer ones. Maybe he's the same in the HBO one. The HBO one's really fucking weird. I can barely watch it. Sometimes the episodes are just really... They just seem really bad. Like, they don't feel like Looney Tunes. They try to mimic, but out of all the most modern Looney Tunes shows, my favorite was the Looney Tunes show, where they actually try to have a story and give fucking characters arcs and shit. Which in some ways is a little cringe and annoying, but at least it's something, I guess. After that, they had, like, the new Looney Tunes, which some people like. I haven't seen too many. I need to watch some more. See if I really dislike it or not. But I didn't like some of the episodes I watched. And then the HBO Looney Tunes, which I watched a couple episodes, and I tried so hard to, like, enjoy it. The animation's really good. They put a lot of production into that one compared to the fucking Flintstones. Modern Flintstones, which really sucked. I tried to watch Modern Flintstones, I couldn't finish it. That's one of the shittiest reboots. And the thing is that Seth MacFarlane was supposed to, like, work on a reboot of the Flintstones, but I think that fell through. And the one on HBO is just, like, a salvage fucking product that's not even affiliated with him, I think. Unless he produced it or some shit. But I watched, like, 10 minutes of it, and it was just so shit. The animation was so bad. It was Flash, too. It was Flash animation with Flintstones characters. It sucks they can't do anything. Flintstones is an iconic show. I still watch it sometimes. It comes on MeTV Tunes. And it's pretty legit funny. Sometimes it's corny and stupid, but it's better than a lot of YouTube content. Woof, 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 woof. Lisa Simpson. Lisa Simpson, where you at, girl? Get it on, girl. Lisa Simpson. Get your dental plan. What? You ninjas. That was a good song. There's a lot of good songs on that. I'll put on something. I'm gonna take a bio break in a second. I'm just gonna finish this one little up to the flats. Let me see if I can find fucking that stupid ass Flintstone show real quick. It's not even showing up. Ew, there's some gross AI shit with Flintstones. Where the fuck is it? I'm just getting nothing but normal Flintstones. I'm not seeing any. Oh, this AI stuff looks really bad. There's Jellystone. That's actually good, so not that. Failed Flintstone spinoffs. They probably mentioned the HBO one. Where the fuck is it? You don't answer. Somebody has to mention it. (2022). No wonder you can't fucking find it because HBO Max erased all their goddamn cartoons. God, I hate HBO. I can't find a fucking single video. Just a clip. It was a stupid fucking show. What was it called? When HBO took off all their cartoons, I just fucking dropped it. All these streaming services have been really bad. It's been cool that they brought back some shows, but at the same time, like, it's not worth getting subscriptions anymore. Unless it's already free. Okay, where the fuck is this goddamn stupid ass cartoon? I'm just gonna find it real quick and I'm gonna take a bio break. Where? Okay. I'm on Wikipedia now. Oh my god. I didn't just like imagine it, I know. Or dream it. Maybe. Shit. Was this shit Yabba Dabba Dinosaurs?
This is all you need to know about Yabba Dabba Dinosaurs! Welcome to Bedrock, a city made with stone and full of dinosaurs. She's Pebbles Flintstone, a great artist. And a better scientist.
I'm an inventor.
She loves to discover new creatures.
I think this is it.
What are you?
Wild
So, are you gonna, like, keep doing that?
But smashing's not the only thing Bam Bam does. He also eats a lot. Oh, come on, King T-Rox. What are you doing?
I have my weaknesses.
Bam Bam also has another skill. Getting into trouble.
I want more.
His parents are also famous. Everyone knows Barney and Betty Rubble in bed.
Famous.
As you might notice, these two friends are not alone. They're always in the company of their loyal pet, Dino. He's a lovely dinosaur, and he enjoys a lot of Bam Bam and Pebbles' company.
Want to go for a walk?
For a dinosaur, he's not very brave. He's not that smart either.
Anyway. It failed. Comments are turned off because it's a kid's fucking dumbass show.
ไม่รู้สิ
Okay, fuck this.
นี่
I'm gonna take a break.
ที่ดีสำหรับบินหรือเปล่า
Oh man.
I'm buying some Thailand stuff for some reason. What? I'll be right back. I got a bio break. And I'll work on some more art. And I might switch to a game. Maybe? Who knows? Let's see. Anyway, BRB.
White Ranger, activate Saba, the talking saber, and follow his instructions.
Tower, now!
Now you're ready to fight. And sound the call to battle. And now, really grab the power cannon. Its 5 Powerball ammunition load is harmless to humans, but not to evil space aliens. Add even more power with the Power Gun Sword. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers from Bandai. Grab the power.
And Mr. Freeze aims to chill Batman next, but not anti-freeze Batman. Mr. Freeze and his Ice Zapper are out of control, but Batman's ready.
Freeze, Batman.
Take this, hot shot!
Ah!
Only Batman's Ice Hammer vehicle is tough enough to drill through this ice storm.
Chill out, Mr. Freeze!
Now the best is hotter than ever. Batman. Vehicle and figures each sold separately.
The hearts of men.
The Shadow knows.
The evil Khan calls on his fiendish friend Dr. Makino. But Ninja Shadow with blazing eyes has the power to stop them. Makino and Khan take off. Ninja Shadow chases them in his Mirage, each sold separately. Will they get away? Who knows? The Shadow knows. Now you can get a free Shadow Agent's ring.
It changes.
Just like in the movie. Send in 2 proofs of purchase from any Shadow toys for your free Shadow hologram ring.
Wow.
The Shadow knows.
Now you can be as clever as Kevin with Tiger's new TalkBoy tape recorder.
Stop drooling on me. Stop drooling on me.
It even has speed control.
Hi, kids. We're home early.
Hi, kids, we're home early.
Tiger's new TalkBoy tape recorder comes with audio cassette. Now have more Home Alone fun with Tiger's new Home Alone 2 handheld game.
Savage Hunter, Aliens vs. Predator, with awesome new Predators. Clan Leader attacks with whipping dreadlocks. And Stalker, glowing in the dark, fires his spear. Suddenly, flipping up his attack spikes the wild boar alien charges. And the ferocious mother alien in her monstrous hide traps Spiketail, then covers him in ooze.
Ooze 'em.
Who will survive? Aliens vs. Predator. Queen High playset comes with mother alien figure and ooze. Other figures sold separately.
It's a countdown to the ultimate showdown, and Guile is going wild, diving into adventure, stalking the shadows, blasting like a blizzard, his punching sonic boom.
Spells on Bison's doom!
Capcom Street Fighter, figure sold separately.
Extreme Hero G.I. Joe. The all-new G.I. Joe Extreme. Bigger, bolder, and battle-ready. Lieutenant Stone leads the all-new Joes with Ultra Slam firepower against the evil Iron Claw and his Scar forces. Scar's Bone Splitter tank is brutal, but the 2-in-1 Sand Striker strikes back with long-distance Scar resistance. Extreme times call for extreme heroes. It's the all-new G.I. Joe Extreme. Figures and vehicles each sold separately.
But we're gonna stop them anyway! Send in the Marines! We're the Space Marines. Drake, Ripley, A-Bone, Bishop, and I'm Hicks, armed with the latest high-tech heavy metal.
Look out, Hicks! The Queen's gonna crown ya! My bug walker's on a roll! Bull alien attacking! Eat torch, bug brain!
Alien invasion problem? Send in the Marines!
Send in the Marines!
Space Marines, aliens.
Cool! It makes sound!
That's all.
Skeleton!
The Power Sword makes 8 action sounds. It lights up with power. You can be a hero with the He-Man Power Sword. Send for a He-Man video for 99 cents and postage with specially marked vehicle.
Up to the challenge of Cube It Up, the amazing motorized cube that spins by itself. It's got a motor inside. How do you play? Good question. Cube It Up calls out a color, red, which you have to keep on top to rack up points. Yes. Sounds easy? Well, Hotshot, it's not. Because the cube's always turning. You can play by yourself or with friends, if you've got any. Green. Rack up the most points and you're a Cube It Up master. Awesome. Very good, Cube Boy. Ready for level 2? Level 2? Cube It Up. The challenge is in the cube. Each sold separately. Batteries not included.
City after city, Godzilla's destroying everything!
General, who's gonna save us from... Excuse me. Hello? Godzilla!
The Godzilla Force and Mechagodzilla.
The Godzilla Force is here. The supersonic Garuda warship fires laser missiles and a retrievable grappling hook. Can the giant Mechagodzilla stop Godzilla, king of the monsters?
The battle begins!
All figures sold separately, batteries not included from Trendmasters.
Hey, dudes, bedtime!
Do you A, obey the babysitter, B, beg to stay up, C, hit her with thermonuclear breath? It's Godzilla, king of the monsters. His eyes flash as he roars. His arms swing, feet stomp, tail whips. Godzilla rules. Collect Godzilla and all his friends of destruction, then fight the ultimate battle where no one is safe.
Cool hair!
Batteries not included. From Trendmasters, yes.
Fighter's Kane, bashing and banging till only Blue and Guile remain in the Street Fighter 2 tabletop game. Build your punching power before your energy runs out. Are you ready for Hurricane X? Can you come back from Sonic Boom? Street Fighter 2 electronic tabletop game.
Next!
It's time to get real.
In
It's showtime. Hey, annoying hombres making you do stuff you hate. Don't lose your head. Make them history. Think that's scary? Watch this. Whoa! That went right through me.
Did you see that?
Now watch this. First, a double team. Now, a double scare. Nobody beats me. So when you want to scare somebody, give me a call.
Beetlejuice! 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 Gotta go!
Terminator with the Bio-Flesh Regenerator.
I'm back! Yeah? Think again. Battle damage.
Add flesh compound.
Terminator created.
Terminator.
I'm back!
Got my looks, my laugh, my voice, and all! Can I do that? So if you can't have me, get the next best thing. Talking Urkel. I just pulled my string. You wanna know? He's Talking Urkel, though.
Favorite pet?
Yes.
So what's that make me? Fish sticks?
Oh, are you hungry?
Oh, no. By all means, feed it. Play till your heart's content.
Look, Goldie. I took good care of her, and she changed again.
Change? How about changing some water here?
Katie, bus is here.
So Tamagotchi can pause. I can pause too. Want to see that again?
Hatch a Tamagotchi, the one and only, from Bandai. Each sold separately.
Welcome to Skull Dungeon.
Wow!
Mighty Max.
Smasher, get up! Your brain donor is here. Me want brain. No way, slime face. Whoa! Watch out for that first step. It's not over, Mighty Max.
Will Max get fried? His fate is in your hands. Mighty Max, Mighty Max. You can collect all his adventure sets, each sold separately. Mighty Max figure included from Mattel.
Is Phantasm, but first, the Joker must be stopped. Only Total Armor Batman can prepare to do battle with Jetpack Joker.
Time for a little pick-me-up.
This clown's in for a total surprise. That nightmare is over, but Phantasm remains. So Batman powers up with the electronic crime stalker vehicle.
Sounds cool.
It's a fight to the finish, but Phantasm's no match for the power of Batman. Vehicle and figures each sold separately.
Graveyard Ghoulies. Squeeze the colored goop into the mold, or use glow goop and out pop body parts. Stomach, heart, brain. It's Graveyard Ghoulies. Graveyard Ghoulies are a creepy crawler fright, so beware of what happens at night. Creepy Crawlers Workshop. Your parents put it together. Light bulb not included. Graveyard Ghoulies mold pack and glow goop each sold.
Team yet, Capcom Street Fighter 2! No way! Wait! There's Guile, Ryu, Zangief, Blanca, and Dalsim. What's a Dalsim? Oh, some with real ninja moves.
Hey! But Cobra's got Street Fighters too!
Vega, Sagat, Balrog,
And me, and my son!
they look unbeatable. You know them, you love them. So correcto! Capcom Street Fighter 2 figures each sold separately. Oh, I like them.
Repulsive. Hideous. Disgusting. Obnoxious. Revolting. Wretched. Sickening. Blurp balls. They make you want to blurp.
White Ranger, activate Saba the Talking Saber and follow his instructions.
Thunderbolt power, now!
Now you're ready to fight. And sound the call to battle. And now, really grab the power. The Power Cannon. Its 5 Powerball ammunition load is harmless to humans, but not to evil space aliens. Add even more power with the Power Gun Sword. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers from Bandai. Grab the power.
And Mr. Freeze aims to chill Batman next, but not Anti-Freeze Batman. Mr. Freeze and his Ice Zapper are out of control, but Batman's ready.
Freeze, Batman!
Take this, hot shot!
Ah!
Only Batman's Ice Hammer vehicle is tough enough to drill through this ice storm.
Chill out, Mr. Freeze!
Now the best is hotter than ever. Batman! Vehicle and figures each sold separately.
The hearts of men. The Shadow knows. The evil Khan calls on his fiendish friend Dr. Makino. But Ninja Shadow with blazing eyes has the power to stop them. Makino and Khan take off. Ninja Shadow chases them in his Mirage, each sold separately. Will they get away? Who knows? The Shadow knows. Now you can get a free Shadow Agent's ring.
It changes.
Just like in the movie. Send in 2 proofs of purchase from any Shadow toys for your free Shadow hologram ring.
Wow.
The Shadow knows.
Now you can be as clever as Kevin with Tiger's new Talk Boy tape recorder.
Stop drooling on me. Stop drooling on me.
It even has speed control.
Hi, kids. We're home early.
Hi, kids. We're home early.
Tiger's new Talk Boy tape recorder comes with audio cassette. Now have more Home Alone fun with Tiger's new Home Alone 2 handheld game.
Savage Hunter, Aliens vs. Predator, with awesome new Predators. Clan Leader attacks with whipping dreadlocks. And Stalker, glowing in the dark, fires his spear. Suddenly, flipping up his attack spikes, the wild boar alien charges. And the ferocious mother alien in her monstrous hide traps Spiketail, then covers him in ooze.
Ooze 'em.
Who will survive? Aliens vs. Predator. Queen High playset comes with mother alien figure and ooze. Other figures sold separately. It's a countdown to the ultimate showdown, and Guile is going wild, diving into adventure, stalking the shadows, blasting like a blizzard, his punching sonic boom.
Smells on Bison's doom!
Now comes Street Fighter, figures sold separately.
Extreme Hero G.I. Joe! The all-new G.I. Joe Extreme! Bigger, bolder, and battle-ready! Lieutenant Stone leads the all-new Joes with Ultra Slam firepower against the evil Iron Claw and his Scar forces. Scar's Bone Splitter tank is brutal, but the 2-in-1 Sand Striker strikes back with long-distance Scar resistance. Extreme times call for extreme heroes. It's the all-new G.I. Joe Extreme. Figures and vehicles each sold separately.
Oh, but we're gonna stop them anyway! Send in the Marines! We're the Space Marines! Drake, Ripley, A-Bone, Bishop, and I'm Hicks, armed with the latest high-tech heavy metal.
Look out, Hicks! The Queen's gonna crown ya!
My bug walker's on a roll!
Bull alien attacking! Eat torch, bug brain!
Alien invasion problem? Send in the Marines!
Send in the Marines!
Space Marines, aliens!
Cool! It makes sound!
That soul?
Skeleton!
The Power Sword makes 8 action sounds. It lights up with power. You can be a hero with the He-Man Power Sword. Send for a He-Man video for 99 cents and postage with specially marked vehicle.
Up to the challenge of Cube It Up, the amazing motorized cube that spins by itself. It's got a motor inside. How do you play? Good question. Cube It Up calls out a color, red, which you have to keep on top to rack up points. Yes. Sounds easy? Well, Hotshot, it's not. Because the cube's always turning. You can play by yourself or with friends, if you've got any. Green. Rack up the most points and you're a Cube It Up master. Awesome. Very good, Cube Boy. Ready for level 2? Level 2? Cube It Up. The challenge is in the cube. Each sold separately. Batteries not included.
City after city, Godzilla's destroying everything!
General, who's gonna save us from... Excuse me. Hello? Godzilla!
The Godzilla Force and Mecha-Godzilla.
The Godzilla Force is here. The supersonic Garuda warship fires laser missiles and a retrievable grappling hook. Can the giant Mecha-Godzilla stop Godzilla, king of the monsters?
The battle begins!
All figures sold separately, batteries not included from Trendmasters.
Hey, dude, bedtime?
Do you A, obey the babysitter, B, beg to stay up, C, hit her with thermonuclear breath?
It's Godzilla, king of the monsters. His eyes flash as he roars. His arms swing, feet stomp, tail whips. Godzilla rules. Collect Godzilla and all his friends of destruction, then fight the ultimate battle where no one is safe.
Cool hair!
Batteries not included. From Trendmasters, yes.
Fighter's Kane, bashing and banging till only Blue and Guile remain in the Street Fighter 2 tabletop game. Build your punching power before your energy runs out. Are you ready for Hurricane Kicks? Can you come back from Sonic Boom? Street Fighter 2 electronic tabletop game.
Next.
It's time to get real.
It's showtime. Hey, annoying hombres making you do stuff you hate. Don't lose your head. Make them history. Think that's scary? Watch this. Whoa! That went right through me.
Did you see that?
Now watch this. First, a double team. Now, a double scare. Nobody beats me. So when you want to scare somebody, give me a call.
Beetlejuice! Beetlejuice! Beetlejuice!
Gotta go.
Terminator with the Bioflesh Regenerator.
I'm back! Yeah? Think again.
Battle damage.
Add flesh compound.
Terminator created.
Terminator.
I'm back!
Got my looks, my laugh, my voice, and all. Can I do that? So if you can't have me, get the next best thing, Talking Urkel. I just pulled my string. The one and only Talking Urkel doll.
Favorite pet?
Yes.
So what's that make me? Fish sticks?
Oh, are you hungry?
Oh, no. By all means, feed it. Play till your heart's content.
Look, Goldie. I took good care of her, and she changed again.
Change? How about changing some water here?
Katie, bus is here.
So Tamagotchi can pause. I can pause too. Want to see that again?
Hatch a Tamagotchi, the one and only from Bandai, each sold separately.
Welcome to Skull Dungeon.
Wow.
Mighty Max.
Smasher, get up. Your brain donor is here. Me want brain. No way, slime face. Whoa. Watch out for that first step. It's not over, Mighty Max.
Will Max get fried? His fate is in your hands. Mighty Max, Mighty Max. You can collect all his adventure sets, each sold separately. Mighty Max figure included from Mattel.
Is phantasm. But first, the Joker must be stopped. Only Total Armor Batman can prepare to do battle with Jetpack Joker.
Time for a little pick-me-up.
This clown's in for a total surprise. That nightmare is over, but Phantasm remains. So Batman powers up with the electronic crime stalker vehicle.
Sounds cool.
It's a fight to the finish, but Phantasm's no match for the power of Batman. Vehicle and figures each sold separately.
Graveyard Ghoulies. Squeeze the colored goop into the mold, or use glow goop and out pop body parts. Stomach, heart, brain. It's Graveyard Ghoulies. Graveyard Ghoulies are a creepy crawler fright, so beware of what happens at night. Creepy Crawlers Workshop. Your parents put it together. Light bulb not included. Graveyard Ghoulies, Mold Pack, and Glow Goop each sold.
Team yet. Capcom Street Fighter 2! No way! Wait! There's Guile, Ryu, Zangief, Wonka, and Dalcine. What's a Dalsum? Oh, some with real ninja moves.
Hey! But Cobra's got Street Fighters too!
Vega, Sagat, Balrog,
And me, El Bison!
they look unbeatable. You know them, you love them. So correcto. Capcom Street Fighter 2 figures each sold separately. Oh, I like them.
Repulsive. Hideous. Disgusting. Obnoxious. Revolting. Wretched. Sickening. Blurp balls. They make you want to blurp.
White Ranger, activate Saga, the talking saber, and follow his instructions.
Tiger-Sword Tower, now!
Now you're ready to fight. And sound the call to battle. And now, really grab the power. The Power Cannon. Its 5 Powerball ammunition load is harmless to humans, but not to evil space aliens. Add even more power with the Power Gun Sword. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers from Bandai. Grab the power.
And Mr. Freeze aims to chill Batman next, but not Anti-Freeze Batman. Mr. Freeze and his Ice Zapper are out of control, but Batman's ready.
Freeze, Batman!
Take this, hot shot!
Ah!
Only Batman's Ice Hammer vehicle is tough enough to drill through this ice storm.
Chill out, Mr. Freeze!
Now the best is hotter than ever. Batman! Vehicle and figures each sold separately.
The hearts of men? The Shadow knows. The evil Khan calls on his fiendish friend Dr. Makino. But Ninja Shadow with blazing eyes has the power to stop them. Makino and Khan take off. Ninja Shadow chases them in his Mirage, each sold separately. Will they get away? Who knows? The Shadow knows. Now you can get a free Shadow Agent's ring.
It changes.
Just like in the movie. Send in 2 proofs of purchase from any Shadow toys for your free Shadow hologram ring.
Wow.
The Shadow knows.
Now you can be as clever as Kevin with Tiger's new Talkboy tape recorder.
Stop drooling on me. Stop drooling on me.
It even has speed control.
Hi, kids. We're home early.
Hi, kids. We're home early.
Tiger's new Talkboy tape recorder comes with audio cassette. Now have more Home Alone fun with Tiger's new Home Alone 2 handheld game.
Savage Hunter, Aliens vs. Predator, with awesome new Predators. Clan Leader attacks with whipping dreadlocks. And Stalker, glowing in the dark, fires his spear. Suddenly, flipping up his attack spikes the wild boar alien charges. And the ferocious mother alien in her monstrous hive traps Spiketail, then covers him in ooze.
Ooze 'em.
Who will survive? Aliens vs. Predator. Queen Hive playset comes with mother alien figure and ooze. Other figures sold separately. It's a countdown to the ultimate showdown, and Guile is going wild, diving into adventure, stalking the shadows, blasting like a blizzard, his punching sonic boom.
Smells M. Bison's doom!
Now comes Street Fighter, figure sold separately.
Extreme Hero G.I. Joe! The all-new G.I. Joe Extreme! Bigger, bolder, and battle-ready! Lieutenant Stone leads the all-new Joes with Ultra Slam firepower against the evil Iron Claw and his Scar forces. Scar's Bone Splitter tank is brutal, but the 2-in-1 Sand Striker strikes back with long-distance...
Alright. What was I doing? Listening to? Watching? Oh, right, I finished trapping.
In one of our very first Did the humans create the Matrix? One of the first theories discussed on this channel explored the possibility that humanity was responsible for creating its virtual prison. As production on Matrix 5 continues, there's a renewed chance that we will see the origins of the simulation. Will the true creators of the Matrix be revealed? In this video, we are revisiting this theory and all the evidence that points to the humans being the true creators of the Matrix. Welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
When it comes to the Matrix, fans tend to view humanity as the creators of its destruction. By limiting the rights of sentient entities, the machines, they ignited a war that ended in humanity's enslavement. But when it comes to the humans being the architects of the Matrix, the theory proposes that humans were responsible for the machine war and their subsequent imprisonment in the Matrix. That the simulation could be humans' way to avoid living in the destroyed world they created. So what if the Matrix was created as a utopia to make the humans forget that they destroyed the Earth? Are there clues within the Matrix that point to this theory being true? The first clue can be found in the original Matrix, when Agent Smith describes the Matrix as paradise. The first simulation created for humans was heaven, but the human mind refused to accept this level of peace and perfection. Later in The Matrix Reloaded, the architect briefly mentions the first beta Matrix, describing it as a work of perfection, a paradise for humans from which they longed to awaken. Humans had entered into direct conflict with the machines and had deprived them of all their rights. Humans were the ones who caused almost total destruction of the world. But ironically, the machines offered them heaven in return. The reward for losing the war was the perfect prison where, in theory, peace would be maintained. This never made sense. It only benefits humans. It was to help them forget that they lost the war, and that because of them, the world was destroyed. Therefore, the existence of the Paradise Matrix is evidence that the simulation may have been created by humans themselves to escape to a place where they could maintain their way of life. To understand this, we must return to the end of the machine war, as shown in the Animatrix. There, it is revealed that after losing the war, the machines performed experiments on humans and placed them into the simulation. But what would have happened if humans won the war? After scorching the sky and destroying the Earth's surface, humans had three options. The first was to escape into space, but that was impossible because of the dark clouds of nanobots that surrounded the planet prevented ships from entering or leaving Earth. The second option was to rebuild civilization in the depths of the Earth, cities similar to Zion, but that required the help of other machines. And the third option was to create a virtual world where they could live a normal life within a dream. When The Matrix came out in 1999, the thought that a human would voluntarily choose to enter the simulation seemed absurd. But with the way things are today, it doesn't sound that absurd anymore. Every day more people disconnect from their reality to embrace a digital reality built by artificial intelligence. So could it be that the real world after the war was so devastated that humanity preferred to live inside a simulation? Although the evidence of the Paradise Matrix is the most important, it is not the only one that leads us to think that humans are responsible for the creation of the simulation. There are still other, more darker ones, which reveal that perhaps the enemy has always been staring back at us in the mirror. The second clue is in the Animatrix episode Matriculated. In it, humans subject a sentient machine to a simulation designed to alter its perception, a kind of brainwashing aimed at recruiting it into the resistance. Isn't this a key clue that the simulation technology was man-made from the start? Humans created a virtual environment tailored to the robot, leading it to experience a kind of spiritual awakening that leads it to defend its human captors. If humans are capable of developing these kinds of customized simulations, and considering we've already seen technologies like the Construct and other programs used before the machine war, wouldn't it be logical to think that the Matrix itself could have been a human invention and not something created by the machines? Perhaps that's why the operators could read the Matrix so easily. From the beginning, the entire system was built on a language of human programming. Although over time most humans forgot how to read it, the binary language, as humanity created it, remained the same. This explains why operators like Tank and Link were able to interpret the green code running across the screens. They weren't decoding alien technology, but rather reading an evolved version of the same language they once used to create programs and simulations. The original knowledge was lost, but its essence remained. The Matrix, no matter how sophisticated the machines made it, continued to speak in terms that only humans could completely understand. Perhaps deep down, that was always the trap. Humanity believed it had lost control, but it never ceased to be the writer of the code. Although history was distorted and most people forgot its origins, the system continued to bear the imprint of its creators in every line of code and every simulation. Now the third and biggest clue is in The Matrix Resurrections. In this film, Neo is once again trapped in the simulation. The Matrix has been rebooted to exploit human emotions. Suspiciously, another city has been built for humans in the real world, an almost utopian place, and yet humans remain ignorant to the Matrix's true reason for its existence. Although we might think that the analyst was responsible for this reset of the Matrix, he did mention a couple of times these suits, elusive beings that he answered to. The suits are the ones holding all the keys to the Matrix. But who or what are they? In Matrix 4, the suits symbolized Warner Brothers executives, those who are in power. But if the humans did create the Matrix, then the suits could be humans who wish to maintain their control over the simulation. Perhaps they are humans who achieved immortality, who need to maintain the Matrix's existence. So what does this mean for the future? If humans are truly the creators of the Matrix, and those behind the scenes are a species of human consciousness who found immortality through the simulation, this would explain why it seems no one can escape the Matrix cycle, and why humans continue to be entertained, living in a simulated version of the world they destroyed. There is no escape. The machines aren't the humans' worst enemy. Humanity is its own worst enemy. But do you agree? Did the humans create a virtual world to live in to forget the horrors they brought upon the world? Will we see the true origin of the simulation in The Matrix 5? The concept of choice is nothing more than an illusion created by the Oracle. Its purpose is to maintain a high control level over humans, keeping them subdued and inside the Matrix. Though we've already made multiple videos on this channel talking about the devious plannings of the intuitive program, we've only scratched the surface. Join us as we dig a little deeper into the manipulative tactics that the Oracle used on Neo after he finally emerged as the anomaly. Welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
We would like to announce our new giveaway. Many of you really wanted a copy of the Matrix Comics 20th Anniversary Collection, so we will be once again giving away a free copy of this graphic novel with a poster of the original 1999 Matrix film. For your chance to win, subscribe to this channel, leave a like on this video, and leave in the comment section below which character would you like to see return in Matrix 4 and why. The winner will be announced on October 10th. Matrix Reloaded begins with Neo having a nightmare or premonition of Trinity's death, a premonition that began after Neo became the One. Remember this, as it will be extremely important later on. Later, multiple leaders of the Resistance are having a secret meeting inside the Matrix. Captain Niobe explains that there are hundreds of thousands of Sentinels digging their way towards Zion. Unlike the first movie, where Neo's choices were explicitly shown, in Matrix Reloaded, it takes a little more time and effort for us to understand them. Neo fears Trinity's death, but now, time is against him as the Sentinels are approaching Zion. This dichotomy of selection is what will move the story forward, and this can obviously be linked to the Oracle. After Niobe explains the situation to the leaders, Morpheus arrives talking about the prophecy of the One and how the war will end. He persists that the Oracle must be consulted.
Some of you believe as I believe. Some of you do not. But those of you that do know we are nearing the end of our struggle. The prophecy will be fulfilled soon, but before it can be, the Oracle must be consulted.
While everyone else is more concerned about the safety of Zion, Morpheus asks for one ship to stand by in case the Oracle makes contact. Fast forwarding to Neo's confrontation with Seraph, Neo asks him who he is. to which Seraph answers,
I protect that which matters most.
Interesting. So to Seraph, the Oracle is the most important thing in the Matrix. Next is probably one of the most disturbing scenes in the entire Matrix saga, one that reveals the Oracle's true evil nature.
Well, come on. I ain't gonna bite you. Come around here and let me have a look at you.
Odd how this line implies that Neo was afraid of approaching the Oracle. She, of course, can sense his presence. This happens because Neo can see the Matrix. In the original script, it says that the Oracle emitted the same code as Seraph, so Neo was seeing the Oracle as a golden code at that moment.
My goodness, look at you. You turned out all right, didn't you? How do you feel? I know you're not sleeping. We'll get to that. Why don't you come and have a sit this time?
The Oracle's words can be interpreted in multiple ways. She's happy because Neo has become the one. But as we know, or will discover soon, Neo is nothing more than an anomaly. So in reality, the Oracle was just satisfied by the fact that the anomaly has turned out to be what she expected. But then she mentions Neo's insomnia, which is quite interesting and important. Remember what is causing Neo's sleepless nights? Trinity's death. This is not a coincidence. Neo refuses to sit next to the Oracle at first, but then he does.
Maybe I'll stand.
Well, suit yourself.
I felt like sitting.
I know.
This scene reveals that Neo still struggles with the notion of free will and determinism. He still has the hope of being able to escape the system of determinism that the Oracle established. He wants to be able to go against what the Oracle can predict, and that is the reason why he refused to sit when it was offered. He wanted to decide when to sit. He wanted to be in control and unpredictable to the Oracle, but it doesn't work. He accepts this moment of determinism because he wants to avoid Trinity's death.
Let's get the obvious stuff out of the way.
You're not human, are you?
Well, it's tough to get any more obvious than that.
If I had to guess, I'd say you're a program from the machine world.
As we said before, in the movie script, Neo sees Oracle as a golden code. He has never encountered anyone inside the Matrix whose code was a different color other than green since he gained that ability. That is, until he met Seraph. So he deduces that she is not human, but a program from the machine world. Neo came to that conclusion way before learning the truth from the architect. Bear also in mind, Neo hasn't seen the Oracle since he first met her.
So is he.
So far, so good.
But if that's true, that could mean you are part of this system. Another kind of control.
Keep going.
I suppose the most obvious question is, how can I trust you?
Bingo.
Neo was right. He can't trust the Oracle because she's a program. She is part of the same control system. Alas, he ends up making the same mistake that Morpheus made. Morpheus was afraid of losing the war, and that lack of hope made him trust the Oracle. Neo falls into the same trap because he's afraid of losing Trinity.
I never really realized that. Morpheus is so obsessed with the Oracle this whole time. Throughout the entire movie, that's the whole fucking point. And he's being lied to by a program.
Once again, the Oracle uses hopelessness as a manipulation tool.
It is a pickle, no doubt about it. Bad news is
Everyone's ignorant.
You know whether I'm here to help you or not. So it's really up to you. Just have to make up your own damn mind to either accept what I'm going to tell you or reject it. Candy?
Interesting how this scene is very similar to their first meeting. The Oracle isn't actually lying though. She doesn't deny that she's part of the system, yet she lets Neo make up his own mind. Even worse, she offers him red candy. What else is red? Another non-coincidence. Neo accepts the candy as he accepted the pill from Morpheus. And this, my friends, is a sign of trust.
You already know if I'm going to take it?
Wouldn't be much of an oracle if I didn't.
But if you already know, how can I make a choice?
Because you didn't come here to make the choice. You've already made it. You're here to try to understand why you made it.
A debate about candy and free will turns into a discussion about Neo's decision that he apparently made, but does not understand it yet. What decision could this be? Well, Neo choosing Trinity over everyone else.
But why help us?
We're all here to do what we're all here to do.
Once again, the Oracle doesn't exactly tell Neo if she is there to help or not. She lets Neo come to that conclusion himself. Based on what is seen up until this moment, the Oracle's programming makes her very manipulative and ambiguous in the way she speaks, but not necessarily a liar.
I'm interested in one thing, Neo, the future. And believe me, I know the only way to get there is together.
The Oracle introduces the notion of a common need between humans and machines. The need to survive. Neo comes to accept this eventually when he joins Deus Ex Machina to destroy Smith. The idea is that there must be truce between both parties, even if it mostly works in the machine's favor, as it would keep the status quo intact. This idea was created by the Oracle.
There are programs running all over the place. The ones doing their job, doing what they were meant to do, are invisible. You'd never even know they were here. But the other ones, well, you hear about them all the time.
I've never heard of them.
Of course you have. Every time you've heard someone say they saw a ghost or an angel. Every story you've ever heard about vampires, werewolves, or aliens is the system assimilating some program that's doing something they're not supposed to be doing.
Programs hacking programs. Why?
There are reasons, but usually a program chooses exile when it faces deletion.
Here the Oracle is basically explaining to Neo how Smith is able to do what he is doing just before facing him. He is a program that hacks other programs. It also gives necessary insight into how programs work within the Matrix, and what happens to them if they don't do their job right. The Oracle already knew Smith was coming. Seraph reminds her that it was time to leave. She was one step ahead of Smith. She was preparing Neo for that destined encounter. Although it makes us wonder if the programs hacking programs line is referring to Neo rather than Smith.
And why would a program be deleted?
Maybe it breaks down. Maybe a better program is created to replace it. Happens all the time. And when it does, a program can either choose to hide here or return to the source.
The machine mainframe?
Yes. Where you must go. Where the path of the one ends. You've seen it. In your dreams, haven't you? The door made of light.
When a program is no longer needed, it must return to the source, where the one, as in Neo, must also go. The Oracle is basically telling Neo that he himself is a program. His purpose is coming to an end, and must soon return to the machine mainframe. The source needs the programs to return so it can analyze its data and make the system better. But why? The answer is found in real-world artificial intelligence development. AI programs are not made from scratch. They are given a set of basic heuristic commands so they can learn by themselves. This is called deep learning. As the AI is subjected to many different variables, it learns. And that is what happens with the programs inside the Matrix. They learn and self-modify, and then return to the source to be analyzed. And that data will bring new improvements to the Matrix in its next version. That includes the integral anomaly. His data is the most important. It is needed to balance the equation and better protect the next version of the simulation. It is as if each program is a research module that the Matrix uses for improvement.
What happens when you go through the door?
I see Trinity. And something happens. Something bad. She starts to fall. And then I wake up.
Do you see her die?
No.
You have the sight now, Neo. You are looking at the world without time.
So the Oracle is literally confirming to Neo that he now has the same ability as her, foresight. though he is not as proficient. She asks Neo what happens when he goes through the door, but she already knows where it leads, to the Architect. This is a form of psychological conditioning. After Neo became the One, he started to have the visions of Trinity's death and the door, because the Architect wanted him to. Neo's ability to see further than time itself happens because he can see the Matrix code. He can see beyond the rules of cause and effect. This means that those visions were actually programmed into Neo's mind, and this is confirmed by the Architect himself.
Your 5 predecessors were, by design, based on a similar predication, a contingent affirmation that was meant to create a profound attachment to the rest of your species, facilitating the function of the One. While the others experienced this in a very general way, your experience is far more specific, vis-a-vis love.
The Architect basically explains to Neo that he and his predecessors were all programmed to feel love, making it easier for them to be controlled. The difference between Neo and his predecessors is that his love was focused on a single person, Trinity. This type of conditioning includes the vision of Trinity's death. This led Neo to make his decision based on fear instead of reason.
Then why can't I see what happens to her?
We can never see past the choices we don't understand.
Are you saying I have to choose whether Trinity lives or dies?
No. We've already made the choice. Now you have to understand it.
No. I can't do that. I won't.
Well, you have to.
Why?
Because you're the One.
So according to the Oracle, Neo can't see if Trinity survives because he doesn't understand the choice he made. This is because Neo doesn't know the truth yet. He has to meet the Architect first. This shows that even this supposed premonition is limited to that knowledge. Yet another piece of evidence that points to everything being part of the system of control.
What if I can't? What happens if I fail?
Then Zion will fall.
The Oracle presents the division between saving Zion or Trinity. This is more than an illusion, because she knows that the path of the One will lead Neo to the Architect, who also knew which decision he was going to make because of the predication of love. This is why when Neo mentions one to the other, they both have the same sarcastic response.
If I am the father of the Matrix, she would undoubtedly be its mother.
The Oracle.
Please.
The Architect reacts this way because the notion of the Oracle is just an act used by the intuitive program, as he can also foresee the future. The Oracle's purpose was to understand human behavior, but they are both equally as important in maintaining the humans under control. They are two sides of the same coin. They are father and mother of the Matrix. The Architects smugly classify themselves as such because there is a human stereotype that sees women as nurturing and emotional, while men are seen as analytical and cold. The Architect represents this archetype of a rational father, and the Oracle of a protective mother. They abide by these symbols in order to keep humanity in check.
Seems like every time we meet, I got nothing but bad news. I'm sorry about that, I surely am. But for what it's worth, you've made a believer out of me. Good luck, kiddo.
What did the Oracle mean when she told Neo that he made a believer out of her? It means that the Oracle may have developed an emotional attachment towards humanity. She now believes that Neo can actually bring about peace between the humans and the machines. Perhaps the Oracle cannot function beyond her purpose, which is to help control the humans. But that does not mean she didn't become fond of them over time. The point must be made. The Oracle is the most manipulative and Machiavellian character in the entire Matrix universe, and we hope to see her again in Matrix 4. But do you agree? Is the Oracle good or evil? Altruistic or malevolent? For Matrix Explained, please leave a like and subscribe, and thank you for visiting. The true purpose of the Matrix is darker than you imagine. The real world in the Matrix franchise is worse than a nightmare. Humanity is trying to survive underground. Most, if not all, of the planet's flora and fauna appeared to have gone extinct. Life as we know it disappeared the moment humans decided to burn out the sky. Or maybe things didn't go the way it was told. Some clues suggest that it was the machines that were responsible for the black clouds. Is Morpheus' story about the past false? Was it the machines that destroyed the planet? Welcome to Matrix Explained.
Morpheus is an idiot.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
This theory was proposed by us back in 2020. It began with Morpheus. He told Neo that in humanity's desperation, they burned the sky, as solar energy was the machine's main source of energy, which inevitably led to the creation of the Matrix.
At the time, they were dependent on solar power, and it was believed that they would be unable to survive without an energy source as abundant as the sun.
Yet the destruction of our sky only benefits an entity that does not need the sun to survive. We would face enormous biological and ecological issues if we were ever deprived of the light and the heat from the sun. Humans would suffer from vitamin D deficiency, necessary to absorb calcium in the intestines, essential for a child's growth, as well as for the strengthening of the immune system. People deprived of sunlight will develop weakness in the bones and will be more prone to diseases. They would become susceptible to upper respiratory infections and be more vulnerable to autoimmune diseases, allergies, cardiovascular problems, etc. And little by little, all biological life would slowly go extinct. For many critics of the Matrix, the burning of the skies never made sense because the machines could choose other methods to obtain energy, such as nuclear, hydro, wind, or even geothermal. Maybe turning humans into batteries wasn't the idea in the first place. Have you ever wondered what gave power to the cities of Zion and Io? The reason Zion is underground is that it uses geothermal energy to run its machinery. The city takes advantage of the heat that comes naturally from the depths of the planet.
The last human city. The only place we have left. Where is it? Deep underground? Near the Earth's core where it's still warm?
Like other contradictions in Morpheus' telling of the past, this too doesn't make sense. If humans manage to harness the energy from the Earth's core, why don't the machines do the same? All of this makes even less sense when the architect reveals to Neo that Zion has been destroyed multiple times before.
But rest assured, this will be the 6th time we have destroyed it, and we have become exceedingly efficient at it.
Just stop and think about this for a second. This means that Zion is a creation of the machines. The technology and process of harnessing geothermal energy to be used by the machine city is built by the machines every time a new Matrix cycle begins. This confirms that the machines don't need humans for energy, and maybe they never did.
There are levels of survival we are prepared to accept.
Now the machines don't need the sun or the humans for energy, so is the story about the humans burning the sky a lie? Morpheus learned of this event from the Zion archives. The archives are part of the city's main computer or data bank. The Red Pills also use the computer to store mission data and run training programs. The Animatrix gave us a glimpse into this story, yet there is one important detail that nearly everyone always overlooks. At the start of the program, before it explains the events of the world, it calls itself the Zion Archives.
Welcome to the Zion Archive. You have selected historical file number 12-1. The Second Renaissance.
Why is this important? Because the machines built Zion, including its archives. So all the supposed history recorded in those files are most likely fabrications. They're just bedtime stories. The most important clue that the machines were the ones that burned the sky is the material saved in those archives. It's not clearly explained what the clouds are made of, but we know that it functions as an EMP, electromagnetic pulse, which drains the energy of the human ships and the Sentinels. With this, we are pretty much sure that it is not made of biological material. The confirmation of what the clouds are actually made of is in the Matrix Revolution script, specifically in the scene when Neo and Trinity pass through the black clouds. The Lagos plunges into the sky with a surreal splash, like a plane crashing into a sea of shaving cream. The molecular replicators immediately drain the life from the Sentinels, and they fall dead, tearing through the clouds that cling to them momentarily, like shredded pieces of parachute, before letting them fall away. The Lagos is engulfed by a ball of lightning as it is attacked by the sky. It shakes violently, every light blowing out until the ship dies. The theme of molecular replicators in science fiction is frequently associated with advanced construction, nanotechnology, and the control of matter at microscopic scales. The creation and usage of this type of tech don't coincide with humanity's actions and beliefs before the machine war. They banned artificial intelligence and are doing everything possible to destroy it. The technology used to describe the clouds is a type of nanotechnology. If humans wanted to destroy the machines, attacking them with the nanotechnology that artificial intelligence could then hack or take control of is risky and kinda dumb. So let's say it was the machines that covered the skies with black clouds made of nanobots. The plan does sound like it would work better on organic life forms than on machines, doesn't it? But did you know that the black clouds also served as a protective shield? In one of the Matrix comics, where the end of the world is explained, an alien invasion happens, a large-scale attack by ships from another planet, and the machines send a human to fight them. The true purpose of this layer of nanotechnology that blankets the Earth is to serve as a shield to disable every ship that enters the planet. An anti-alien shield, if you will. That's what we believe anyway after reading this comic. It was not only created to kill all biological life in the world, it is designed to prevent new biological life from another world from entering. Now, if humans are not a power source, as proposed in the Matrix, what are they then? After the release of Matrix Resurrections, we think we can better explain now the true purpose of the humans. The analyst said that the new Matrix runs on human emotions. The frustration and or torment of Neo and Trinity in particular increases the energy output.
You ever wonder why you have nightmares? Why your own brain tortures you? It's actually us maximizing your output. Turns out in my Matrix, the worse we treat you, the more we manipulate you, the more energy you produce. It's nuts. I've been setting productivity records every year since I took over. The key to it all? You and her, quietly yearning for what you don't have while dreading losing what you do.
Take a moment and think about the significance of a simulation that uses emotions for energy. Our concept of what energy is perhaps different from the machines. Perhaps humans were never used for their bioenergy, but rather for their computational energy. To understand what we mean, you have to understand what the collapse of artificial intelligence models entails. A major challenge in the development of artificial intelligence is to constantly feed it information. With the rapid rise of AI-generated content on the internet, a new potential issue is brewing. It has been observed that when a model is fed too much AI-generated information, it can deteriorate the quality and consistency of the model. This phenomenon is known as the model collapse, and it is beginning to affect both the language and image models, rendering them nearly useless.
Yeah, it's so funny when you start to make your AI do some task over and over, it just gets worse and worse. Like, you just have to trust its first, go at it and either, modify it to see what it did wrong at the first go, or just don't use it at all. Because it just doesn't work. AI is so flawed.
It's becoming increasingly difficult to collect new and genuine human data to feed the AI. Currently, there is growing demand in organizations like OpenAI and Midjourney to address this issue. The need for human-created information is crucial to the future of artificial intelligence, and here lies perhaps the true origin of the Matrix. The Matrix could be a simulation created by AI to avoid a model collapse. Perhaps the AI is collecting data from the humans connected to the Matrix to continue its training and create new artificial intelligence. If the model collapse is unavoidable, then AI will always need humans, which is the most disturbing thing. If humans are used for their computational power, ingenuity, and creativity, then it makes sense why the Matrix works better with emotions. The machines need to expose the humans to different simulations to continue collecting data. This is why the Matrix keeps humans conscious and living their lives in a real-world simulation. The humans are creating data for the machines. Honestly, this sounds worse than using us as batteries. At least as batteries, the machines are simply using our body heat for energy. They're using our humanity. But do you agree? Are humans being used to feed new information to the machines? Are the black clouds a shield to protect the planet from outside threats? The Matrix is an invisible system created to control people's minds. A prison capable of bending your will, making you believe you're living your life, when in reality, you're just part of a collective dream. Neither the inhabitants of Zion nor those of the city of Io have managed to escape. The Matrix was born from the moment the first machine thought for itself, and it will continue to exist until the very end of the world. But what about the Savior? Is there a way for Neo to escape the simulation? Or was he always part of the system? What if Tom, the One, was part of the system of control over humanity from the beginning? As we continue to wait for any information about Matrix 5, it's time to talk about 5 theories that reveal who Neo is, and why the real world within the Matrix is just another layer of the simulation. Welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
Number 5. What is Neo? Before Neo entered the picture, the people of Zion believed that a savior would arrive, the one who would destroy the Matrix. This savior would be the successor of a previous Messiah, the same one that freed the first humans from the simulation. The Red Pills believed that the Messiah could modify and destroy the simulation. But this idea of a savior was a lie. The Messianic savior never existed, and this is something that Neo discovers in Matrix Reloaded. The Architect's introduction in Matrix Reloaded was when the truth of the anomaly was revealed to Neo, revealing that although Neo is human, parts of him were not. For hundreds of years, humans were subjected to multiple cycles of simulation, each cycle lasting about 100 years, with recurring events. At the end of each cycle, the anomaly was manifested in a human. This special human was manipulated by the Oracle and guided towards meeting the Architect. After meeting the Architect, the anomaly is taken to the source of the simulation and triggers the restart of the Matrix cycle. This entails the complete destruction of Zion. This was supposed to be the beginning of the end for Neo. He would then have to choose a new group of humans to repopulate the new Zion.
You are the eventuality of an anomaly which, despite my sincerest efforts, I have been unable to eliminate from what is otherwise a harmony of mathematical precision.
Now, what does the Oracle have to do with any of this? The Architect is the self-proclaimed father of the Matrix. He created the Matrix, but his simulations were flawed because he didn't understand human irrationality. Therefore, he needed the help of another intuitive program, the Oracle, which she eventually added the concept of choice. For the first time, the Matrix was stable, but once the simulation is about to reach 100 years of existence, the eventual anomaly occurred. This means that although the Matrix was more stable, it now had a serious flaw. The Architect was left with only 2 options to deal with this flaw: restart the Matrix from scratch, go back to the beta versions and try to find the perfect simulation, or continue the post-choice version. The previous simulations were so unstable that the Architect chose the latter. From then on, the Architect would try to eliminate this anomaly in each cycle, or at the very least keep it under strict supervision. In our previous video, we talked about how the Oracle possibly created the red and blue pills as part of the choice system, and it is in the choice that created this bug in the system that gives the anomaly more powerful abilities than the administrator of the Matrix. The Architect conditioned the simulation that Neo went through from childhood until the anomaly manifested itself in him. We can see on many of the tiny TV screens Neo's life from youth to adult. These scenes are available in the making of Matrix Reloaded. You can see how other children mistreated Neo, and how he lived a solitary life. In other older videos, we tried to explain this integral anomaly before the Matrix Resurrections was released. Now, before we review what we thought the anomaly was, and what we think it is now, we need to look into something the analyst said in the movie.
Turns out in my Matrix, the worse we treat you, the more we manipulate you, the more energy you produce. The key to it all? You. And her. Quietly yearning for what you don't have, while dreading losing what you do.
There is something within Neo that is generating massive amounts of energy. Now, what was our original theory on this program? Imagine that the Matrix is like an online video game, where most operations are handled through a system called client-server. In this system, the player's actions and inputs are sent to the server for processing. This is how most commercial online games work. However, there is another way that online games can operate. It's called a peer-to-peer system. In this system, the workload is divided among users, who shares resources such as processing power and network bandwidth directly with each other, without the need for a central server. Each user is both provider and consumer of resources. In the Matrix, the simulation would be like a peer-to-peer network, where each human functions as a server and user at the same time. This allows the Red Pills to manipulate the reality of the Matrix. By being aware of the simulation, they can influence its immediate reality with their mind. Morpheus told Neo to free his mind before jumping off the building, because fear, doubt, and disbelief are limitations that can be overcome mentally. This is why the Spoon Boy told Neo that to bend the spoon, he must first realize that there is no spoon, meaning that it can be mentally manipulated within the simulation. The machines would create a peer-to-peer network using the humans instead of relying on central servers controlled by themselves, because this configuration has its advantages. The information does not depend on a single centralized location, so if someone tried to destroy a central server, they would not be able to take down the entire simulation. In the case of the Matrix, since there is no central server, there is no specific location the Red Pills can attack, making it difficult to destroy the system. This type of network also has its disadvantages. For example, if there is a problem with one of the users, it will affect all other users. This is one of the machine's biggest concerns with this system, since the human mind is a fundamental part of the creation and maintenance of the Matrix. If someone begins to doubt the simulated reality, that doubt spreads and creates flaws in the simulation. These glitches can manifest as strange, unexpected events, such as those seen in the Animatrix. People's doubts create flaws in the simulation, and the more people doubt, the more problems occur. This creates a snowball effect, where more people notices the flaws in reality, which in turn causes more doubts and more failures. Eventually, all these faults can come together to form the anomaly, a major threat to the Matrix system. That anomaly would destabilize the entire system, causing a massive failure visible to every human connected to the Matrix. Humans will no longer believe in the simulation, and therefore the Matrix will collapse. This is why even if 99% of the people accept the program, that 1% who don't will eventually cause the anomaly. Now, after the premiere of Matrix Resurrections, the hypothesis of the Matrix servers gained new strength. Although Thomas Anderson was a major source of power, the simulation continued to operate even without him. The integral anomaly is an error that became a program that was then used by the analyst. It was a fortunate accident for the machines. Neo can generate much energy for the Matrix, but it comes at a cost. The cost is this whole Messiah dynamic, and the risk of the anomaly destroying the Matrix. But what if the anomaly is something else? Why was the anomaly created just when the false choice was added to the Matrix? The integral anomaly is a code that encapsulates the sum of all human errors, but it could be something more. What if the Messiah already existed? In Matrix 4, the analyst was trying to erase Neo's memories and keep him under control, but the memories of his past life, as well as a deep feeling of wanting to wake up, could not be suppressed. The architect had to restart the simulation to keep the anomaly at bay, but perhaps what the father interpreted as a comprehensive anomaly was the Messiah manifested in a new form. Maybe each version of the One, for the past 700 years give or take, has been the same anomaly. The body of the previous One was never seen. After Neo lost his life in Matrix 3, his body was taken by the machines, and he was integrated back into the cycle. Maybe Thomas Anderson was the Messiah all along, and the machines have always thought he was a mistake. Perhaps the reason why the architect could not find that 100% balance is because deep within the human soul is the wish to be rescued, and perhaps that's the secret behind the integral anomaly. Number 4. Are Neo and Trinity updated batteries? In the original films, we learned that Neo, the supposed savior, is but a puppet of the architect, an anomaly arising from the imbalance in the equation that must be kept in check to prevent the Matrix's total collapse. However, the Oracle used Neo against the architect to stop the centuries-old war between humans and machines, which ironically led to the machines' civil war and the analyst's rise to power. While many humans in Zion saw Neo as their savior, the unexpected destruction of the city led them to question his allegiance. So who was right? Those who loved Neo or those who doubted him? Is Neo human, a machine, or a clone? How could this be explained in Matrix 5? The original Matrix reveals two types of humans, those cultivated by the machines, biological hybrids with machine components, and those born naturally in Zion. It's unclear whether these Zion-born humans are also genetically modified, as they are descendants of the hybrids. Imagine Neo and Trinity having children. The child would be born naturally from intimacy, yet still originate from two hybrid humans. What is clear is that by the time Neo escaped from the Matrix, pure humans no longer exist. Only descendants of hybrids remain. In other words, all real Earth-born humans have gone extinct, replaced by these new humans. The machines have long experimented on humans. The Animatrix shows them conducting tests on human brains to study behavior and emotions. Thus, humans as we know them don't exist in the Matrix universe. They've been replaced by hybrids, the result of extensive genetic and technological experimentation. Under this premise, Neo isn't truly human, nor is Niobe or anyone else who believes they're in the real world. They are all hybrids, or descendants of hybrids. We believe that Neo and Trinity represent the next evolutionary step the machines seek, a human 3.0. One of the biggest dilemmas for the machines is the limited human lifespan, which is typically around 70 years. This forces the machines to eventually restart the simulation. It's logical to assume they've been trying to extend human life, much like a battery company who would try to extend the durability of its products. Neo, as Tom Anderson in The Matrix Resurrections, has a larger socket on his neck and hasn't aged much in 60 years, a fact Niobe notices.
Yes, a lot has changed. Except maybe you.
Neo is an improved battery, a new model designed to last longer and output more power. This Tom Anderson is the latest upgrade to the Matrix's energy system, meant to replace older copper tops. With each upgrade, Neo becomes less human, but a more efficient and longer-lasting energy source. Now, how does all this connect to Matrix 5? Well, the question remains, what does it mean to be human? And is Tom Anderson more than a ghost of his past, or simply a reusable battery?
Human Batteries 3.0 can keep all the simulations and machine cities running much longer. In fact, tests show that after just a few hours of continuous use, regular batteries wear out. But depending on the simulation, Human Batteries 3.0 can last up to 6 times longer. So keep your simulations and machine cities running longer with Human Batteries 3.0. The copper top battery that powers the future. No regular battery looks like it or lasts like it. Are you ready to recharge your reality?
We believe Neo's story needs a definitive ending that reveals a new purpose for the anomaly. To reach this conclusion, it's essential to show the first integral anomaly, perhaps through flashbacks. Exploring the Matrix's creation and the machine's experiments on humans are also important. With one of Lost's best character development writers at the helm, we might finally get a clearer explanation of Neo and Trinity's purpose as the anomaly, and a satisfying conclusion to their journey. It is time to close this chapter in the Matrix saga and move on to a new beginning. But do you agree? Do you think that Neo and Trinity's lack of aging is simply a plot hole? Or is there a deeper meaning behind it? Is Neo a longer-lasting battery? What are your hopes and expectations for Matrix 5? Number 3. Tom is not Neo. The Matrix Resurrections begins with Bugs investigating a program that is recreating events from the first movie. She questions why this old code was being used to create something new. What is happening here is that Bugs is investigating part of Neo's code within this simulation, or model. What exactly is a model? Well, it's not a video game. Bugs said it's a simulation used to evolve programs. So how does it work? How do you evolve programs? We know this as machine learning. Machine learning is the study of computer algorithms that can improve automatically through experience and by the use of data. It is seen as a part of artificial intelligence. Machine learning algorithms build a model based on sampled data, known as training data, in order to make predictions or decisions without being explicitly programmed to do so. We saw an example of machine learning in a documentary where an artificial intelligence was trained to play the classic video game, Pong. This AI was installed in a simulation without any programmed instructions. It didn't know what the goal of the game was or what it was created for.
So here you control the bat and ball, and you're trying to break through this rainbow-colored wall. The agent system has to learn everything for itself, just from the raw pixels, doesn't know what it's controlling, doesn't even know what the object of the game is. Now, at the beginning, after 100 games, you can see the agent is not very good, it's missing the ball most of the time, but it's starting to get the hang of the idea that the bat should go towards the ball. Now, after 300 games, it's about as good as any human can play this, and pretty much gets the ball back every time. We thought, well, that's pretty cool, but we left the system playing for another 200 games, and it did this amazing thing. It found the optimal strategy was to dig a tunnel around the side and put the ball around the back of the wall. The researchers working on this, amazing AI developers, but they're not so good at breakouts, and they didn't know about that strategy, so they learned something from their own system, which is pretty funny and quite instructive, I think, about the potential for general AI.
As you saw in the video, an artificial intelligence was put into a simulation that had rules. With repetition, the AI learned how to play the game and how to win. Another example of this is AlphaGo. Like the AI we saw in the documentary, this program was designed to learn how to play the complex game, Go. The creators of the artificial intelligence themselves did not know how to play this game, but they subjected the AI to cycles of matches of Go until the program was able to defeat the world champion of this game. Now you can better understand what modals and the new Morpheus are. Morpheus said, "We can't see it, but we're all trapped inside these strange repeating loops." These simulations of continuous loops are created for artificial intelligence to learn on their own, so that they can discover the rules of the simulation and their purpose. Somehow I saw it in the mirror, just a flicker, but it was like you said, and suddenly I understood. This is not the real world. For the first time, I felt real purpose. I knew who I was, and what I had to do. This part of the conversation between the new Morpheus and Bugs describes the moment when the AI understood what the simulation is and discovers its purpose. Here is when the program tells Bugs that he is Morpheus. This revelation is one of the things that confuses most audiences, because they believe that this is the same character from the previous trilogy, but he is not. Neo created the modal, but he did not program this new Morpheus. He simply created this loop where the artificial intelligence will wake up on its own through this process of machine learning. This was quite the clever move, because by understanding how these training cycles worked, we understand how an AI that thinks it is Morpheus could be created without the need of external intervention. We see clips of how Morpheus spends his days, exercising, eating at a cafe or diner, cycles that repeated day after day until the moment he woke up. When the new Morpheus met Neo, he asked him why he put him in that model, and what was happening at that moment was planned by Neo.
No, what do you mean no? You wanted this, you did this, this was your idea. You put me in a tiny model, left me to bang my head till I nearly lost my searching for you.
Originally, we did not understand why it was Neo's fault, and what was the reason for creating this new Morpheus. But later we got it. Neo created this model to evolve an AI, and he left a door wide open for someone to find this new Morpheus. As we've mentioned before, Neo didn't need to create Morpheus, he just designed the rules of the simulation. The AI would hopefully find its purpose on its own. The analyst himself told Neo that it was smart of him to use this model. But why did Thomas Anderson create this model?
It was a test, an experiment.
Neo's intentions are clearer now. He created the model with the necessary rules for the emergence of Morpheus from an ancient, since Neo was questioning his reality and wanted to know how an artificial program would react in a similar situation. It was no accident. In fact, when Morpheus was pulled out of the simulation, Neo saw on his monitor that his model was breached and a file was missing. If we pause this scene, a file named morph.blm.x is reporting an error. Neo named this file and gave it the attributes of Agent Smith and Morpheus. This is the experiment that Neo was referring to. He created Morpheus to eventually wake up in the simulation to see if the dreams and delusions he was having were real or not. Neo did this because he felt something was wrong with his world and needed answers. Bugs also told Neo that this is the reason why he left the door open in his model. He wanted someone to find him. Another good question is, why did Neo create Morpheus with parts of Agent Smith? Again, the analyst admitted that it was a good idea that Neo used a model. The best way to hide an artificial intelligence that would eventually become Morpheus was possibly to mask him as an agent, disguise him as an enemy, to hide him in plain sight. The machines kind of did the same thing to Neo by leaving him with the same name and putting him to work for a video game company. The machines hid Neo in plain sight, the same way Neo hid this sentience. Neo felt that he needed Morpheus to get him out of his rut, so he designed the AI that would serve this purpose, to become the Morpheus that he needed. This artificial intelligence is not Morpheus, but it fulfills the role of Morpheus. Morpheus said, "My best guess is that you wrote me as an algorithm reflection of two faces that helped you become you, Morpheus and Agent Smith." Another important revelation was when the new Morpheus told Neo that he learned everything about Morpheus and Neo in the construct. He learned of their relationship through videos of their interactions. He believes that since this is his purpose, he must imitate Morpheus so that Neo awakens. That's how he knew what to do to get Neo to fight back. We know that the new Morpheus is not Morpheus, but he is the Morpheus that Neo needed. The new Morpheus's personality is based on Agent Smith and Morpheus. We understand the creation of models and how they are used to train or evolve artificial intelligence. Yet we still wonder about something. When the new Morpheus explained the loop to Bugs, we saw clips of his routine, him on a treadmill at the gym, in a restaurant eating, and in his bathroom touching a mirror. These scenes are one-to-one to Thomas Anderson's routine. Neo is at the same gym on a treadmill, eating at the same restaurant, sitting at the same table, and touching the mirror in his bathroom. While the analyst mentioned that he ran Neo and Trinity through multiple simulations. So then is it possible that the simulation that Thomas Anderson is in is a model created by the analyst? What if Mr. Anderson is an AI stuck in a loop so that he would eventually wake up and believe he is Neo? Is it possible that this is not the original Neo and that is why he acts differently? This Thomas Anderson might not be Neo, he could be a sentient. The parallels between the life of the new Morpheus and Thomas Anderson's are disturbingly clear, and this is one of the most interesting new mysteries in the Matrix. There is also the possibility that when Neo was rebuilt, his mind was severely damaged after his fight against Smith, so the analyst had to retrain Neo's mind to reactivate the anomaly's code. If Neo is an artificial intelligence, would it matter? Would he be less of a person just because he was created based on memories? Are memories turned into fiction any less real? Is reality based in memory nothing but fiction? But do you agree? Do you now have a better understanding of what a model is and the purpose of the new Morpheus? Could it be that Neo is also digital sentience created by the analyst?
Whoa!
Number 2. Is Neo crazy? Neo is on the floor, touching his fingertips, telling himself that what is happening is not real. The offices of Deus Machina is a disaster. Water is falling from the sprinkler system, flooding the office. Then the black cat, Deja Vu, appears, and somehow, it's not getting wet. Smith aims his gun at Tom's head, but before he could pull the trigger, space-time begins to distort. The first time we saw Matrix Resurrections, we thought it was Tom having a nightmare, but soon we understood that the analyst had to get Neo out of that situation and into his office. The analyst has used the cat to disrupt time and make Tom believe that everything he had just experienced is part of his delusion. The reason Neo touches his fingers and repeats that it's all in his mind, it's possibly a relaxation technique taught to him by the analyst.
Can you hear me, Thomas? Follow my voice.
It sounds like the analyst is trying to hypnotize Tom, but it's much more than that. When he tells him to follow his voice, or to touch his fingertips, he also asks him if he hears the bell, or if he remembers how he got to the office. These are not random questions, they are fundamental manipulations in the Matrix. In the first Matrix movie, Morpheus says something about the human senses.
If you're talking about what you can feel, what you can smell, what you can taste and see, then real is simply electrical signals interpreted by your brain.
When the analyst tells Tom to touch his fingertips, or to listen to his environment, he tries to convince Tom that by paying attention to his senses, he can return to reality. However, as Morpheus mentioned, what you touch and what you hear are simple signals that our brain interprets. The analyst is using his words, his manipulation, to keep Neo trapped. And most importantly, what he tells Thomas is the opposite of what Morpheus would tell him, representing an attempt to immerse Tom further into the Matrix. Now, the analyst's glasses are blue, alluding to the blue pill and the conformity within the Matrix. His cat is called Deja Vu, a detail we have explained several times. The cat's name is even on its feeding bowls. The analyst explains to Tom that he came to him because he didn't know the difference between reality and fiction, and also because he tried to fly by leaping off a building. This is significant because he continues a line of dialogue that is an apparent contradiction to Morpheus. It was thanks to Morpheus that Neo managed to jump from a building to another. It was thanks to him that Neo learned how to fly. The analyst is trying to further confuse Tom by reminding him that he tried to fly, to ensure that if any past memories resurface, he can manipulate and replace those memories. As the analyst continues to talk to Tom, scenes from when Neo first faced his mental crisis flash on screen. Thomas was celebrating his Game of the Year award for his game, The Matrix. At the after party, you see decorations bearing the colors blue and red, symbolizing the blue and red pills. There are also blue and red colored drinks, glasses, and big pills on the tables. There's even a rabbit, as in the rabbit from Alice in Wonderland. At one brief moment between flashbacks, you can see someone else who isn't Tom holding the trophy. This is Tom, but with a different digital appearance, or RSI, residual self-image. The actor who is playing Tom is none other than James McTeague, director of the movie V for Vendetta, and director of the tech demo Matrix Awakenings, which was released around the same time Matrix Resurrections was
sweet.
in several parts during the beginning beginning of the film, Tom has different appearances that everyone else sees but himself. This shows that his digital look has been changed who knows how many times. It was at this party where Tom tried to fly. He casually walks towards the edge of the balcony, while all the other guests try frantically to stop him. Right before he was about to jump, you could see a window-washing lady on a scaffolding watching the man who was about to jump. Now Thomas and the analyst start to talk about Morpheus.
He texted me.
Who?
Morpheus.
So he's back.
The analyst may be wondering who attacked the Deus Machina offices. Was it Morpheus? Unlikely, for reasons that will be revealed later. When Thomas told him that Morpheus was at the office, the analyst possibly thought that it was the original Morpheus for a moment. But the last thing the analyst could have imagined this Morpheus to be was a Morpheus created by Neo to find him and free him from the Matrix. This was an experiment that the analyst could never have predicted. The analyst asks to see the text messages that Morpheus supposedly sent Tom, but they were deleted from the phone, and Tom thinks that maybe the messages were part of his delirium. However, Tom remains in doubt, as he asks the analyst if that is what he is supposed to say.
If we got in my car and drove to your office, what do you think we'd find there?
Nothing. Because there was no attack. No one was killed. No one texted. My mind made it all up. Is that what I'm supposed to say?
Tom asks if he is crazy, and the analyst gives a supposed explanation for the origin of his delirium.
Of course. It was your great ambition to make a game that was indistinguishable from reality. To achieve this goal, you converted elements of your life into narrative. Your sublimated anger toward your business partner cast him as your nemesis. A married woman named Tiffany became the trinity of a doomed romance. Even your dislike of my cat made it into your matrix. There's nothing wrong with that.
This comes off sounding like a threat, doesn't it? Letting Tom know that sometimes...
I keep thinking that's a Butthole Surfer song.
Between Tom and the analyst shows how much control the analyst has over Tom's life. He is the antithesis of Morpheus. The analyst is responsible for submerging people into their delusions, blurring the line between truth and lies, causing confusion, and leading Thomas to think that he is crazy. He's gaslighting, but much deeper. The analyst constantly changes reality to manipulate Neo, who is almost convinced that he is crazy. But there is still a part of Thomas that knows that this is all fake. A part of him still wants to wake up, and another part senses that the analyst is a liar. That part is called Neo, and he is about to reemerge. The analyst is Morpheus' opposite, but he has plenty of similarities with the architect, at least in the way he projects himself. He is a fairly soft-spoken person, and very analytical, hence his name. He likes to maintain control of the entire simulation with his deception. Unlike the architect, who observed the Matrix like a god, hidden somewhere high above, looking down on everyone, the analyst is in the trenches. He is inside the simulation, modifying everything that happens, and personally taking care of the anomaly. We could say that he is better and more competent at this job than the architect was, which makes him very dangerous. And number 1, the real world is another simulation. First, let's recall what the Matrix within the Matrix theory is about. This theory proposes that all simulations in the Matrix, including what is perceived as the real world, are part of the same system. It suggests that all humans, including those who lived in Zion and in the new city of Io, are in a dream state. The hellscape, that is planet Earth, is in fact just another layer of the Matrix. This layer of reality was designed to manipulate humans into believing that they have achieved freedom, but in truth, it is a false awakening. The humans can never escape. How do we know this to be true? Are there any signs of this? Well, Neo's ability to access the Matrix without the need of cables or computers is a pretty big hint. That ability allowed him to enter the world that sits between the Matrix and what is considered to be the real world. This fact suggests that there is something that unites these worlds, beyond a mere internet connection. Neo could have technology implanted in his brain that allows him to connect to the Matrix wirelessly. This hypothesis is reinforced by Neo using his powers in the real world. In Matrix Revolutions, Neo, despite losing his vision, can still see the machines approaching his ship. This is reminiscent of the first Matrix movie, where Neo, after dying and resurrecting, could see the Matrix in code form, which gave him the power to destroy Agent Smith. Thus, even after going blind in the third movie, Neo still has sight. He has developed abilities that can be used beyond the first layer of reality, the simulation, which indicates that the second layer of reality, the real world, is equally false. It's just another part of the Matrix where the one can modify the code. There is more evidence to support the theory though. For example, when Neo meets the Oracle, he also meets the boy who gives him the bent spoon. The spoon was meant to make Neo question reality. This spoon boy often interferes in the lives of those who are about to be awakened, or those who do not understand the Matrix. The intriguing thing is that later, the boy sends a spoon to Neo when he is in Zion, the supposed real world, as if he wants to remind him that everything is an illusion. Additionally, Agent Smith demonstrates his ability to possess awakened humans, infecting the mind of a red pill, similar to how he does it in the Matrix. Smith is also shown to have powers in the real world. Now recall that the architect revealed to Neo that Zion has been destroyed several times, followed by a reboot of the Matrix, suggesting that the machines are not only responsible for the destruction of the city, but also for the creation of its replacement. This is a strategy known as controlled opposition. In the first film, Smith mentions that the machines created a paradise, a perfect version of the Matrix for the humans, which many rejected. Humans, according to him, need conflict and struggle. They need to fight and find a savior. According to the architect, Neo is an anomaly in the code, a predictable result, yet difficult to eliminate. The machines have fabricated the entire history of Zion, the real world, and the path of the One to keep humans busy. The Matrix could have many more versions, with different renditions of the real world. Now, this was the conversation regarding the theory, but after the release of Matrix Matrix Resurrections, new clues emerged that
A
made
Matrix multiverse.
plausible. The biggest piece of evidence arises when the analyst mentions that he tried to reactivate the anomaly through multiple simulations using Trinity, keeping her close but not too close to Neo in the real world. Specifically, inside the anomalium, Neo and Trinity are living in special pods across from each other. In one flashback, before they were placed into these new pods, Neo was trying to use his powers on the Sentinels. This is in the real world. But remember, the analyst said that he went through multiple simulations to restart the anomaly by keeping Neo and Trinity close to each other.
Every sim where you two bonded, let's just say bad things happened.
The anomalium, which is supposedly located in the real world. Neo and Trinity might have been trapped in looping simulations of the real world. If this were the case, we wouldn't know for sure if the real world in Matrix 4 is real or another simulation. Other details that don't make sense in the real world are Neo and Trinity's physical appearances and the supposed development of the city of Io, a city of such caliber and size being built in less than 6 decades. Yeah, we don't believe it. Now, if the theory of a Matrix within the Matrix is true, it would make sense why the analyst, after being defeated, reappeared.
How dramatic.
The analyst needed Thomas to believe that he had reawakened in the real world, because like Trinity, Thomas's awakening is necessary for the integral anomaly to activate. It's no coincidence that in Matrix 4, Thomas had to go through almost all the same steps that he went through in the first movie. It was all part of the same system of control in the analyst's attempt to reactivate the anomaly. If the real world is part of the simulation, created exclusively to reactivate the anomaly, then it did its job. In the end, we saw the anomaly reemerge in Neo and Trinity. Now then, if Neo is trapped between simulations, the city of Io must also be fake, and it hasn't been 60 years since Neo defeated Smith, as he is made to believe. Neo might still be trapped in the Matrix, and Morpheus is still alive, looking for him. The Matrix Resurrections was only a dream. But do you agree? What do you think about the Matrix within the Matrix theory? Was the real world a simulation created by the analyst to reactivate the integral anomaly? These 5 theories explain how Neo may have always been part of the system he fought against. He went from being a slave to the system to becoming the prophetic savior, only to later discover that maybe he is a vital part of the very system he was trying to destroy. Perhaps Neo was never humanity's hero, but the true villain of the story. But do you agree? Which of these theories makes the most sense? Will any of them come true in The Matrix 5?
It would make sense that they created Neo to find... No, it wouldn't. I don't know, it's gonna be confusing. But I mean, that's kind of why I like this Matrix. It's just so layered, full of shit. It's one of my favorite series. I'm gonna check out the comics, but I think some of the comics were banned or some shit. And I'm sure they're online somewhere. I gotta bio break real quick. Really bad. I might draw some more, but we'll see. I might switch to a game. Let's see. Might go to a little commercial. BRB.
White Ranger, activate Sada, the talking saber, and follow his instructions.
Tiger Sword power, now!
Now you're ready to fight. And sound the call to battle. And now, really grab the power cannon. Its 5 Powerball ammunition load is harmless to humans, but not to evil space aliens. Add even more power with the Power Gun Sword. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers from Bandai. Grab the power.
And Mr. Freeze aims to chill Batman next, but not anti-freeze Batman. Mr. Freeze and his Ice Zapper are out of control, but Batman's ready.
Freeze, Batman!
Take this, hot shot!
Ah!
Only Batman's Ice Hammer vehicle is tough enough to drill through this ice storm.
Chill out, Mr. Freeze!
Now the best is hotter than ever. Batman! Vehicle and figures each sold separately.
The hearts of men, the Shadow knows. The evil Khan calls on his fiendish friend Dr. Makino, but Ninja Shadow with blazing eyes has the power to stop them. Makino and Khan take off. Ninja Shadow chases them in his Mirage, each sold separately. Will they get away? Who knows? The Shadow knows. Now you can get a free Shadow Agent's ring.
It changes.
Just like in the movie. Send in 2 proofs of purchase from any Shadow toys for your free Shadow hologram ring.
Wow.
The Shadow knows.
Now you can be as clever as Kevin with Tiger's new Talkboy tape recorder.
Stop drooling on me. Stop drooling on me.
It even has speed control.
Hi, kids. We're home early.
Hi, kids. We're home early.
Tiger's new Talkboy tape recorder comes with audio cassette. Now have more Home Alone fun with Tiger's new Home Alone 2 handheld game.
Savage Hunter, Aliens vs. Predator, with awesome new Predators. Clan Leader attacks with whipping dreadlocks. And Stalker, glowing in the dark, fires his spear. Suddenly, flipping up his attack spikes, the wild boar alien charges. And the ferocious mother alien in her monstrous hide traps Spiketail, then covers him in ooze.
Ooze 'em!
Who will survive? Aliens vs. Predator. Queen High playset comes with Mother Alien figure and ooze. Other figures sold separately. It's a countdown to the ultimate showdown, and Guile is going wild, diving into adventure, stalking the shadows, blasting like a blizzard, his punching sonic boom.
Spells on Bison's doom!
Now comes Street Fighter, figure sold separately.
Extreme Hero G.I. Joe! The all-new G.I. Joe Extreme! Bigger, bolder, and battle-ready! Lieutenant Stone leads the all-new Joes with Ultra Slam firepower against the evil Iron Claw and his Scar forces. Scar's Bone Splitter tank is brutal, but the 2-in-1 Sand Striker strikes back with long-distance Scar resistance. Extreme times call for extreme heroes. It's the all-new G.I. Joe Extreme. Figures and vehicles each sold separately.
Oh, but we're gonna stop them anyway! Send in the Marines! We're the Space Marines. Drake, Ripley, Eightbone, Bishop, and I'm Hicks, armed with the latest high-tech heavy metal.
Look out, Hicks! The Queen's gonna crown ya! My bug walker's on a roll! Bull alien attacking! Eat torch, bug brain!
Alien invasion problem? Send in the Marines!
Aliens! Send in the Marines!
Space Marines! Aliens!
Cool! It makes sound!
Is that so?
Skeleton!
The Power Sword makes 8 action sounds. It lights up with power. You can be a hero with the He-Man Power Sword. Send for a He-Man video for 99 cents and postage with specially marked vehicle.
Up to the challenge of Cube It Up, the amazing motorized cube that spins by itself. It's got a motor inside. How do you play? Good question. Cube It Up calls it a color, which you have to keep on top to rack up points. Yes. Sounds easy? Well, Hotshot, it's not. Because the cube's always turning. You can play by yourself or with friends, if you've got any. Rack up the most points, and you're a Cube It Up master. Awesome. Very good, Cube Boy. Ready for level 2? Level 2? Cube It Up. The challenge is in the cube. Each sold separately. Batteries not included.
City after city, Godzilla's destroying everything!
General, who's gonna save us from... Excuse me. Hello? Godzilla!
The Godzilla Force and Mecha-Godzilla.
The Godzilla Force is here. The supersonic Garuda warship fires laser missiles and a retrievable grappling hook. Can the giant Mecha-Godzilla stop Godzilla, king of the monsters?
The battle begins!
All figures sold separately, batteries not included from Trendmasters.
Hey, dudes, bedtime?
Do you A, obey the babysitter, B, beg to stay up, C, hit her with thermonuclear breath?
It's Godzilla, king of the monsters. His eyes flash as he roars. His arms swing, feet stomp, tail whips. Godzilla rules. Collect Godzilla and all his friends of destruction, then fight the ultimate battle where no one is safe.
Cool hair!
Batteries not included. From Trendmasters, yes.
Fighters came, bashing and banging till only Rue and Guile remain in the Street Fighter 2 tabletop game. Build your punching power before your energy runs out. Are you ready for Hurricane X? Can you come back from Sonic Boom? Street Fighter 2 electronic tabletop game.
Next.
It's time to get real.
It's showtime. Hey, annoying hombres making you do stuff you hate. Don't lose your head. Make them history. Think that's scary? Watch this. Whoa! That went right through me.
Did you see that?
Now watch this. First, a double team. Now, a double scare. Nobody beats me. So when you want to scare somebody, give me a call.
Beetlejuice! Beetlejuice! Beetlejuice!
Gotta go.
Terminator with the Bioflesh Regenerator.
I'm back!
Yeah? Think again. Battle damage.
Add flesh compound.
Terminator created.
Terminator.
I'm back!
Got my looks, my laugh, my voice, and all. Can I do that? So if you can't have me, get the next best thing. Talking Urkel. Just full of mushrooms. You wanna know? He's Talking Urkel, though.
Favorite pet?
Yes.
So what's that make me? Fish sticks?
Oh, are you hungry?
Oh, no. By all means, feed it. Play till your heart's content.
Look, Goldie. I took good care of her, and she changed again.
Change? How about changing some water here?
Katie, bus is here.
So Tamagotchi can pause. I can pause too. Want to see that again?
Hatch a Tamagotchi, the one and only from Bandai, each sold separately.
Welcome to Skull Dungeon.
Wow!
Mighty Max!
Smasher, get up! Your brain donor is here. Me want brain. No way, slime face. Whoa! Watch out for that first step. It's not over, Mighty Max.
Will Max get fried? His fate is in your hands. Mighty Max, Mighty Max. You can collect all his adventure sets, each sold separately. Mighty Max figure included from Mattel.
Is Phantasm. But first, the Joker must be stopped. Only Total Armor Batman can prepare to do battle with Jetpack Joker.
Time for a little pick-me-up.
This clown's in for a total surprise. That nightmare is over, but Phantasm remains. So Batman powers up with the electronic crime stalker vehicle.
Sounds cool.
It's a fight to the finish, but Phantasm's no match for the power of Batman. Vehicle and figures each sold separately.
Graveyard Ghoulies. Squeeze the colored goop into the mold, or use glow goop, and out pop body parts. Stomach, heart, brain. It's Graveyard Ghoulies. Graveyard Ghoulies are a creepy crawler fright, so beware what happens at night. Creepy Crawlers Workshop. Your parents put it together. Light bulb not included. Graveyard Ghoulies, mold pack, and glow goop each sold.
Team yet, Capcom Street Fighter 2! No way! Wait! It's Guile, Ryu, Zangief, Wonka, and Dalcine! What's a Dalsum? Oh, some with real ninja moves! Hey!
But Troopers get Street Fighters too!
Vega, Sagat, Balrog!
And me, El Bison!
They look unbeatable! God! You know them, you love them! So correcto! Capcom Street Fighter 2 figures each sold separately. Oh, I like them!
Repulsive. Hideous. Disgusting. Obnoxious. Revolting. Wretched. Sickening. Blurp balls. They make you want to blurp.
White Ranger, activate Saba, the talking saber, and follow his instructions.
Tiger Power, now!
Now you're ready to fight. And sound the call to battle. And now, really grab the power. The power cannon. Its 5 Powerball ammunition load is harmless to humans, but not to evil space aliens. Add even more power with the Power Gun Sword. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers from Bandai. Grab the power.
And Mr. Freeze aims to chill Batman next, but not Anti-Freeze Batman. Mr. Freeze and his Ice Zapper are out of control, but Batman's ready.
Freeze, Batman! Take this, hot shot! Ah!
Only Batman's Ice Hammer.
Hello, I'm back. Ugh. So I'm not sure what I want to do. I should have decided by now. Oh, I'm going to watch later.
all within the last 6 months. And a lot of these cases started being attributed to the smiley face killer theory. But I don't. So, remember in June 2023, when it was announced that 16 bodies had been pulled from the Chicago River and Lake Michigan all within the last 6 months. And a lot of these cases started being attributed to the smiley face killer theory. But I don't really believe it. One reason is that the detectives that came up with the theory were referring to at least 45 cases that took place throughout the entire Midwest from the late 90s to the 2010s. But that doesn't explain how all of these cases happened within 6 months of each other, all within around the same area. And I only bring this up because a similar case just occurred in August 2025, when a man was pulled from the river on the northwest side. So out of the 4 cases I want to look at today, 3 of them all take place within 6 miles of each other on the north side of Chicago. On June 12, 2023, Noah Enos was at the Salt Shed, a music venue in the Noble Square neighborhood, and he was at the Night 2 performance of an Australian band called King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. Now, Noah was at the show with one of his co-workers. Throughout the night, Noah's girlfriend, Nicole, said that he was messaging her on Snapchat and he even sent a picture. But Nicole says the last time she talked to him, it was around 9 p.m. And about an hour later is when Nicole says his phone died, which would have been around 10, and the Chicago police say the show ended around the same time. From the footage they saw, Noah and his coworker were seen walking around the venue at around 9:30, but Noah's coworker says that the 2 of them got separated as the show was ending, and this would be the last time he was seen until his body was pulled from the Chicago River 5 days later. And the Cook County medical examiner was unable to determine how he died, and this is supposedly the coworker according to the Chicago Missing Persons Facebook post.
Why has no one put like a fucking camera, like just a bunch of cameras around the fucking river area or where it's happening? Or survey it? I don't know. There's so much like they could have been doing, I feel, rather than, I guess, we'll see.
Joel Orduño was last seen at his home in the Logan Square neighborhood on February 17th at 1 a.m. And nearly a full month later, his body was found about 2.5 miles east of his house in the Chicago River. And the authorities also ruled that this case was undetermined. And where he was found was just up the river from where Noah would be found 3 months later. Both of these cases appear as if the police never suspected any foul play. And it looks like the coworker might not have even been interviewed by the police. The only statement I can find from him is through a statement that the girlfriend Nicole made, recalling what the coworker told her. And for Joel, it's probably safe to say that he wasn't just going for a swim in the Chicago River in February. The Chicago River is known to be very dirty. In fact, the only reason it runs backwards is because they had to change the flow to stop it from spilling into Lake Michigan. But then we have Seamus Gray, a Navy sailor that had been kicked out of a bar called Ibiza in Waukegan, Illinois, about 45 minutes north of where Noah and Joel were found. He was in the area because he was stationed at the Great Lakes Naval Base, which is about 5 miles from the bar. And the security camera here might have the wrong time. The police say that this was taken at 2 a.m. Gray had been kicked out of the bar, reportedly for being too intoxicated. You'll notice that 2 men approached Gray at the door, coming from 2 different directions. They appear to talk for about a minute before Gray walks away slightly, getting into some type of confrontation with the man off screen. And then they all approach and surround him. At one point he's even seen on the ground, but he is seen again after this frame walking behind the bar. And that's when he went missing, until nearly a month later, where his body was found near the Waukegan harbor. Now, just before this footage was taken, he had already walked away from the bar, appearing as though he was following these 2 individuals. And they may be the same people that confronted him earlier. But for some reason, he turned around and went back toward the bar, before turning around again and leaving. What was this confrontation even about? None of the bodies in these cases showed any signs of trauma, and that's probably a big factor in why the cause of death was undetermined. And this most recent case from the Chicago River that happened in August was around 3000 West Argyle Street, just north of Ravenswood Manor. Interestingly, according to CBS Chicago, locals in the neighborhood say that the police get called to this spot often, and the 2 most recent calls came for an abandoned car in the river and a car on fire in the middle of the night. Now, I wouldn't describe this area around Ravenswood as a high crime area, but I wouldn't call it completely safe. Also, the police say another body was found at this exact same spot 4 years ago. And this is what I mean when I say I wouldn't call it safe. By now, we all know that the National Guard didn't get sent up to Chicago as of September 2025, but in my opinion, the north and near north sides of the city hold something that the National Guard probably wouldn't be able to stop anyway. Most people, when they think of crime in Chicago, only picture gang members from every side of the city, but that leaves out cases like Seamus, Noah, and Joel. It might just be the fact that I grew up out south, but a lot of the north side is kinda unfamiliar to me. Many neighborhoods up north give me a very eerie feeling. Not like Wrigleyville that's full of bars, clubs, and good food. I'm talking about the rest of the hundreds if not thousands of blocks between there and Evanston. One of the worst serial killers in history operated in this area, and he's probably the man who inspired the craze in the 2000s where kids thought a guy was dressing up like a clown to come and kidnap them, because John Wayne Gacy actually used to perform as a clown. Regardless, the video of Seamus Gray puts another side of Chicago on display, the group of guys that can make you disappear. Whatever happened to Seamus, it's hard to tell if the setup was planned for him or if he was just a random guy they bullied on the street. This is why it's hard to pin more than one crime on just one person. Several dangerous groups have operated around Chicago just in the last 25 years. Pedro Flores, a former kingpin and one half of the Flores twins, was pulled over by fake cops and kidnapped on the southwest side. This is a man that was tied in directly with the Sinaloa cartel, and the people that kidnapped him knew exactly who he was. And before that, a group known as the Chicago Rippers were responsible for up to 17 murders in the 1980s, with most of their crime taking place on the north side. Organized crime does happen on a smaller scale. You have robbery crews, the chop shop guys that come steal parts off your car for the guy with the shop. You got extortion gangs allegedly run by the mob still beating federal indictments just as of last year. This was a criminal city long before the street gangs of today existed. Another example of a professional small crew is from the holiday season gang still beating federal indictments just as of last year. This was a criminal city long before the street gangs of today existed. Another example of a professional small crew is from the holiday season of 2019. And all of these cases of men being found in the Chicago River, including the 16 all within 6 months, are not even counting the people that were found in Lake Michigan. Many people mistakenly believe that organized crime in big cities is all in the past and that many organized criminals are just politicians. Obviously, when you look on the news, you see the most brazen examples of crime because those are the people that get caught. It's what you don't see that makes the city truly dangerous. You can avoid a gang war or a shootout, but how do you avoid men showing up at your house dressed as DEA agents? And who do you look out for if no one is ever caught?
"17-year-old Kendrick Johnson walked into Lowndes High School one Thursday afternoon and never walked out. The next morning, his body was found upside down inside a rolled-up gym mat. Local investigators quickly called it a tragic accident, claiming Kendrick had fallen in while reaching for a sneaker and suffocated. But his family never believed that. They insist someone killed Kendrick and that officials helped cover it up. Over the last decade, the case has spiraled into one of the most controversial and emotionally charged unsolved deaths in modern American true crime. The official story has been rejected by grieving parents, challenged by independent autopsies, and dissected across countless internet threads and documentaries. Each detail has sparked outrage, doubt, and more questions than answers. From missing organs to surveillance footage gaps, federal grand juries to billion-dollar lawsuits, the story of Kendrick Johnson isn't just about what happened inside a school gym. It's about what people believe happened and why the truth has been so hard to agree on. As Kendrick's mother, Jackie Johnson, said on the 10th anniversary of his death, "They killed the wrong child, but they got the right parents, because we are not going anywhere." Welcome to Bad Things. Join us as we examine every clue, every contradiction, and every theory, before using logic, evidence, and elimination to figure out what most likely happened to Kendrick Johnson. Do you want to bring bad things with you wherever you go? Our episodes are now available as a podcast. Look us up on your favorite podcast app and listen to the most truth-seeking true crime podcast out there. On January 10, 2013, Kendrick Johnson, a 17-year-old sophomore at Lowndes High School in Valdosta, Georgia, attended classes as usual. Just after 1:27 p.m., surveillance footage captured him jogging into the school's old gym, a quiet corner of the building where students sometimes stored belongings. Kendrick often kept his gym shoes there, tucked inside the hollow center of a rolled-up wrestling mat to avoid locker fees. He didn't return to class afterward, and that evening his parents reported him missing. The next morning, students using the old gym spotted socks sticking out of one of the upright mats stored behind the bleachers. Inside, they discovered Kendrick's body, positioned headfirst in the vertical mat. His feet were visible at the top. Staff called authorities immediately. The Lowndes County Sheriff's Office responded. Kendrick was pronounced dead on the scene. Investigators observed blood pooling beneath him and a small amount on a nearby gym wall, but the blood on the wall, they later said, didn't match Kendrick's DNA. There were no immediate signs of severe trauma. Later that day, Coroner Bill Watson arrived, hours after the body was found. In his report, Watson criticized the scene's handling. The body had been noticeably moved. The investigative climate was very poor. He also noted that law enforcement had not immediately notified his office, a procedural violation that would become one of many points of concern. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation, GBI, performed an autopsy within days. The cause of death was ruled positional asphyxia, suffocation due to being stuck upside down in a confined space. Authorities theorized Kendrick had fallen into the mat while reaching for his shoe, got trapped, and couldn't escape. Given the mat's 14-inch diameter and Kendrick's 5'10", 160-pound frame, officials demonstrated that someone could slide in if one arm was extended overhead. Once inverted, his body weight would compress his chest and make breathing and escape nearly impossible. There were no other students in the gym at that moment, and no one heard calls for help. By late January, authorities closed the case, calling it a tragic accident. But Kendrick's family immediately voiced disbelief. They argued that his 19-inch shoulder span made it physically impossible for him to enter a 14-inch mat opening on his own. Officials countered that body positioning could allow entry, but for the Johnson family, the explanation never made sense. In June, the family obtained a court order to exhume Kendrick's body for a second autopsy. Conducted by Dr. William Anderson, the results were starkly different. Anderson concluded Kendrick died from blunt force trauma to the neck, not positional asphyxia. He also discovered that Kendrick's internal organs, from brain to liver, were missing, replaced with crumpled newspaper. Anderson...
What? I guess, organ. People stealing your organs here in the United States, it's true.
Asphyxia. He also discovered that Kendrick's internal organs, from brain to liver, were missing, replaced with crumpled newspaper. Anderson later said, "We got the body for the second autopsy, and the organs were all absent." The funeral home said the organs had been destroyed by decomposition and discarded, and that the newspaper stuffing was a common filler, though that claim drew backlash. The GBI insisted they had returned the organs after the original autopsy. For the Johnsons, the missing organs became symbolic of a botched or corrupted investigation. As Kenneth Johnson said, "We thought we were burying Kendrick, not half of Kendrick." In October 2013, U.S. Attorney Michael J. Moore launched a federal review of Kendrick's death, saying his team would follow the facts wherever they lead. The FBI analyzed surveillance footage, digital communications, and interviewed nearly 100 students, teachers, and officials. Forensic video experts synchronized multiple camera angles and reconstructed a timeline. In 2014, the FBI even seized computers and phones from certain students. Throughout this period, the Johnsons remained vocal. They staged rallies under the slogan, "Who Killed KJ?" and in 2015 filed a $100 million wrongful death suit. The suit named two classmates, brothers who had once had tensions with Kendrick, as well as their father, an FBI agent. The Johnsons alleged these students had attacked Kendrick in the gym and that local and federal officials helped stage the scene as an accident. All accused parties denied involvement. The suit was later withdrawn in 2016 without prejudice. That same year, the Department of Justice concluded its federal review. After 2.5 years, the DOJ found insufficient evidence to support federal criminal charges. No proof of a crime or conspiracy emerged from the thousands of emails, interviews, and videos reviewed. While the Johnsons rejected this finding, for investigators, it was the final word. In 2018, Kendrick's body was exhumed a second time for a third autopsy. This examination supported the second, concluding the cause of death was non-accidental blunt force trauma to the neck and chest. The Johnsons renewed their push for a reopened case. In 2021, newly elected Sheriff Ashley Polk reopened the case after receiving 17 boxes of evidence from the DOJ. His team re-interviewed witnesses and re-examined all available evidence over a 10-month review. But in January 2022, Polk reaffirmed the original conclusion. Kendrick's death was accidental. He addressed popular rumors point by point, refuting claims of a school fight, love triangle, or cover-up. Polk said it would be impossible to conceal any evidence, given how many agencies had been involved. He called the years of accusations a witch hunt and encouraged the public to study all the evidence before forming an opinion. The Johnson family dismissed the conclusion. Jackie Johnson responded, "They just want this family to shut up and go away, but we are not going anywhere. In 2023, on the 10-year anniversary of Kendrick's death, the family filed a new $1 billion lawsuit against local and state law enforcement, accusing them of pushing a physically impossible narrative. The suit cited the mat's measurements, photos of Kendrick's injuries, and the missing organs as signs of either gross mishandling or deliberate cover-up. They also pointed to alleged
Yeah, what happened to the fucking organs?
including questions around surveillance footage and untested blood found in the gym. To date, no one has been charged in connection.
Like, what the fuck? How do you explain missing fucking organs with fucking crumpled newspaper? Like, they haven't got to that yet, but the family has every right to be angry. They probably don't know who for sure is guilty, but someone has to be responsible. It's a wrongful death. Either way, I doubt he just fell and suffered damage like that to his fucking body from just being stuck. That doesn't make sense.
With Kendrick Johnson's death. Officially, the case remains closed, but to his family and many in the public, this is far from over. In the years since Kendrick Johnson's body was found inside a rolled-up gym mat, the case has spawned two dominant theories. One that frames his death as a freak accident, and another that sees it as a result of foul play and a cover-up. Each theory has gathered evidence, believers, and criticism, often with passionate intensity. Here we break down the major possibilities, what supports them and what doesn't. Theory 1. A freak accident. The official conclusion. The prevailing explanation among law enforcement agencies is that Kendrick died trying to retrieve a shoe that had fallen into a rolled-up gym mat. He likely entered the vertical mat from the top, got stuck head down, and eventually suffocated. A rare but documented form of positional asphyxia. This was the original ruling from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, later reaffirmed by the U.S. Department of Justice and Sheriff Ashley Polk. Supporters of this theory point to the lack of external injuries on Kendrick's body during the first autopsy, the positioning of his body inside the mat, and environmental factors like the size and weight of the mats themselves. Surveillance footage showed Kendrick entering the gym alone. No one else was seen following him in. Investigators demonstrated how someone could maneuver into a 14-inch opening by extending one arm overhead, compressing their shoulders enough to fit. Kendrick, at 5'10" and 160 pounds, might have been able to slide in this way. Once inverted, gravity and body weight would prevent self-rescue. Students confirmed it wasn't unusual for some to hide belongings inside the mats. Critics of the murder theory emphasize the lack of bruising, defensive wounds, or blood patterns suggesting a fight. The gym wasn't isolated. It would have been extremely difficult for a violent act to occur undetected during a busy school day. The blood found beneath Kendrick was consistent with someone who died upside down, according to medical examiners. His swollen facial appearance, a detail that sparked online speculation, was attributed to post-mortem pooling of blood, not blunt trauma. As GBI spokesperson Nellie Miles put it, the case is closed and we stand behind our original findings. But many have not accepted that. Theory 2. Foul play and cover-up. The family's position. Kendrick's parents, Jackie and Kenneth Johnson, have always maintained that their son was murdered. Their view is that Kendrick was attacked, possibly in the gym, and his body was hidden in a mat to stage an accident. They believe officials, from the school to local law enforcement, either failed to investigate properly or actively participated in a cover-up. The most common version of this theory centers on two white classmates, brothers who had reportedly been involved in a fight with Kendrick years earlier. Rumors circulated about a romantic rivalry or lingering animosity. The boy's father was an FBI agent, a detail that became a lightning rod in conspiracy theories alleging institutional protection. In a 2015 wrongful death lawsuit, the Johnsons directly accused these brothers and their father of playing roles in Kendrick's death and its alleged concealment. The foundation of this theory lies in several elements. Conflicting autopsy results. A second and third autopsy, both commissioned by the family, concluded Kendrick died from non-accidental blunt force trauma, not asphyxia. Dr. William Anderson, who performed the second autopsy, reported hemorrhaging in Kendrick's neck area near the carotid artery, consistent, he said, with being struck. The third autopsy reached a similar conclusion. Missing organs and body treatment. During the second autopsy, Kendrick's internal organs were found to be missing. His torso had been stuffed with newspaper. The GBI said they returned the organs to the funeral home. The funeral director claimed decomposition led to disposal. But the use of crumpled paper as filler outraged the family. As Kenneth Johnson said, they stuffed him like he was a trash bag. Apparent physical impossibilities. The Johnsons and their attorneys have repeatedly emphasized that Kendrick's shoulders were 19 inches across, wider than the mat's 14-inch diameter. They argue it was physically impossible for him to have climbed in voluntarily. This claim remains central to their latest lawsuit, filed in 2023, which states the accident theory is a physically impossible narrative. Disputed video evidence. One of the most talked about anomalies in the case is the surveillance footage. A forensic video analyst hired by CNN in 2013 reported missing timestamps and unexplained gaps in the footage around the time Kendrick entered the gym. Though the FBI later reconstructed the footage and determined that the cameras were motion activated and not synchronized, the perception of edited or missing footage fueled suspicion. As one Reddit post put it, "You don't lose hours of video if you're being honest." Unexplained blood. Investigators noted blood on a nearby wall didn't match Kendrick. They dismissed it as old. But for critics, it's another piece of evidence they feel was brushed aside. Rumored confession. In 2017, a recording surfaced of an unidentified male voice saying, "They're gonna catch me. I killed that boy." The Johnsons turned it over to investigators. Sheriff Pork later dismissed it as unverifiable and likely unrelated. Still, some believe it points to something bigger. Pattern of alleged obstruction. The delayed arrival of the coroner, the disturbed crime scene, uncollected shoes, untested blood, and the lack of timestamps on video footage have all been framed by the family as signs of either incompetence or complicity. For those who believe this theory, it's not just about one suspicious death. It's about racial injustice, institutional mistrust, and the belief that powerful people were...
Exactly, for the first fucking autopsy, they didn't fucking get it right. It's just racial injustice.
Protected. As Jackie Johnson has said, if Kendrick had been white, this would have been solved long ago. Theory 3. Accidental death, but not alone. A less widespread but occasionally floated theory combines aspects of both camps. It suggests that Kendrick may have died accidentally, but in the presence of others who panicked and staged the scene. According to this version, a group of students may have been messing around with the mats or roughhousing, and something went wrong. Instead of calling for help, they rolled him into the mat to make it look like an accident. This theory attempts to account for both the physical oddities and the lack of clear evidence of a struggle. Supporters argue that the mat could have been tipped or moved, allowing Kendrick to fall in horizontally or semi-accidentally. When he was found upright, it might have been because someone repositioned the mat later. This version doesn't require a violent assault, just fear, bad judgment, and a desire to avoid punishment. However, there's little concrete evidence to support this idea. No one has come forward to say they witnessed such an event. There are no camera angles showing other students near the mats at the critical time. The only support comes from gaps in video footage and the physical difficulty of entering the mat vertically without assistance. Still, this theory is occasionally mentioned in forums as a middle ground between the official story and full-blown conspiracy. These are the dominant narratives: a solitary accident with no one else involved, a murder covered up by a web of complicit actors, and a panic-fueled mishap concealed by scared students. Each is shaped by who you believe, which autopsy you trust, and whether you think key facts were ignored or engineered. But only one explanation best fits the evidence, avoids speculation, and survives scrutiny under Occam's razor. That's what we'll explore next. After years of investigations, lawsuits, and speculation, the central question remains: what most likely happened to Kendrick Johnson? Applying Occam's razor, the idea that the simplest explanation requiring the fewest assumptions is usually the correct one leads us to examine two paths: a complex conspiracy involving assault, cover-up, and institutional silence, or a tragic, solitary accident that appears too bizarre to accept at first glance. Let's start with the central claim of foul play. The family's theory rests on the idea that Kendrick was attacked and his body staged inside the mat. However, when tested against verified data, this theory begins to fragment. No individuals have ever been credibly placed in the gym at the same time as Kendrick. Surveillance footage analyzed by FBI experts showed him entering the gym alone at 1:27 p.m. By that point in the day, class transitions were winding down. Cameras from nearby hallways, synchronized across the school's motion-activated system, did not capture anyone following him in. One of the students accused in the family's lawsuit was documented on another part of campus at that exact time. The other was en route to a wrestling event off school grounds. The idea that these individuals could have slipped into the gym, attacked Kendrick, and staged the scene without leaving any DNA, noise, or visual trace would require everything from altered security footage to a coordinated cover-up across local, state, and federal agencies. That's not impossible, but the number of moving parts makes it far less likely. Moreover, despite a federal review that spanned over 2 years, included nearly 100 interviews, and reviewed tens of thousands of digital records, no evidence of assault, motive, or conspiracy was ever found. Officials considered possible racial or institutional bias. They reanalyzed autopsy data. They even investigated an anonymous voice recording that seemed like a confession, but none of it led to a charge. One of the prosecutors involved in the federal case said plainly, "We found no actionable evidence of a crime." This brings us to the alternative, a version of events that doesn't require a confrontation, a conspiracy, or even a second person. It requires only an unsafe habit and a devastating moment of miscalculation. What likely happened is this. Kendrick went to the gym during a brief break between classes to grab a shared pair of shoes he stored with a friend. These shoes were often hidden in the rolled-up mats standing upright behind the gym bleachers. Students confirmed this wasn't unusual, especially for those who didn't want to pay locker fees. Kendrick had done this before. By this time, the shoe may have slipped deeper inside the mat. Maybe it had landed just out of reach. Surveillance showed Kendrick entering the gym with intention, at a jog, possibly trying not to be late. It's likely he tried to retrieve the shoe by climbing on nearby mats and reaching in from the top. These mats were heavy and difficult to move. Tipping one over might have been hard to do alone, so he used a vertical opening. Stretching downward, arm first, he might have lost his balance and slipped in head first. Once inside, the situation would have become deadly within minutes. In an upright position, his weight would have pressed his chest against his knees and compressed his lungs. Blood would pool in his head, cutting off oxygen. The position wasn't just uncomfortable, it was fatal. And tragically, no one was nearby to hear or help. The gym was not empty, but it was quiet enough and the mats tucked far enough away that his calls for help, if any, went unheard. His face later appeared severely swollen. While some viewed this as a sign of beating, medical examiners explained it as consistent with blood pooling from being upside down for hours. Likewise, blood beneath the mat matched the expected behavior of a body in that position. Other injuries, minor abrasions on the neck or hands, could have occurred as he struggled to free himself inside the narrow tube. These did not indicate a violent altercation. The most contested part of the case, the missing organs, remains disturbing, but likely unrelated to cause of death. The GBI claimed all organs were returned after autopsy. The funeral home said decomposition had rendered them unusable. Either way, it's a failure of post-mortem care, not necessarily of criminal investigation. The use of newspaper as cavity filler is undeniably unprofessional, but not unheard of in cost-cutting or rushed embalming situations. It angered the family, and rightly so, but doesn't by itself signal a cover-up. As for the bruising noted in the second and third autopsies, those conclusions came long after the body had been embalmed, dissected, and in one case, exhumed twice. Tissue breakdown, embalming artifacts, and even interpretation bias can affect late-stage examinations. Forensic disagreements are not uncommon in high-profile cases, especially when private pathologists are retained by families seeking alternative explanations. In fact, one of the examiners later revised their cause of death from homicide to undetermined after speaking with federal investigators. That shift underscores how even experts found the case difficult to pin down without making assumptions. The theory that someone killed Kendrick and placed him in the mat demands a chain of events nearly flawless in timing and concealment. It requires assailants to leave no marks, no trail, and no witnesses, and for multiple agencies to ignore, destroy, or falsify evidence without a single whistleblower in over a decade. In contrast, the accident scenario only needs a moment of isolation and a tragically plausible mistake. Even in hindsight, this scenario doesn't stretch the facts. It explains the body's position, the lack of trauma, the blood behavior, the surveillance timeline, and the absence of suspects, all without invoking corruption or deception. It may not be satisfying, but it's the version that survives every layer of investigative scrutiny. That doesn't mean the family's anger is unjustified. The investigation did suffer from procedural lapses, such as the delayed arrival of the coroner or the careless treatment of the body by the funeral home. These failures created an environment where mistrust flourished. The Johnsons were thrust into the public eye, facing unimaginable grief while being given what must have felt like an implausibly simple answer. Their refusal to accept the accident theory is rooted in love and loss, and the belief that their son deserved better. But justice isn't a matter of what feels right. It's a matter of what can be proved. And in this case, despite years of searching, no credible evidence of foul play has emerged. There's no murder weapon, no assailant, no confession, no forensic confirmation of a fatal blow. Only heartbreak, gaps in communication, and a tragic set of circumstances. What most likely happened is that Kendrick Johnson fell victim not to violence, but to misjudgment and bad luck. He climbed into the mat to retrieve something he needed and couldn't get out. It was an accident. Bizarre, rare, and devastating, but one that doesn't require an elaborate explanation to make sense. That conclusion may not bring closure, but it does bring clarity.
Every time it pops up in my feed or in a random TikTok, it makes me want to get up and go do something instead of rotting away.
So the David situation just keeps getting darker, and some new stuff has been circulating over the last couple of days that, I'm not going to lie, it sounds like other people might have been in danger based on what was going on, with David and this young underage girl Celeste. Okay, it's very strange, it's very spooky, and based on a couple of messages that have been circulating, it does sound like there's a possibility that there could be another victim. Another person might have lost their life having been tangled up in this twisted love triangle, and as I said before, this just keeps getting sadder and sadder. Now, if you saw the video that I posted yesterday, I did a full 2-hour breakdown about the whole situation. I really couldn't believe what I was seeing. I did this video yesterday, all right? David hid clues about murder in every song. I didn't intend for this originally to be 2 hours, but I just kept finding facts. I kept finding info. I kept finding lyrics and music videos that were extremely alarming. And, you know, you guys have kind of given your response on this. I think everybody is just in shock and disbelief over what's going on. This comments, put him in J4IL. Put D4VD in J4IL, saying, if you're hanging out with a freshly out of elementary school child as someone who's in college, university, you are suspect. Says his song lyrics read like poems from a 14-year-old emo kid who got grounded. People saying they'd never heard of him. The man was singing PDF jingles. And this is what I'm going to talk to you about today. He says her brother said in a chat that he said he was waiting until she turned 18 to marry her. I just don't understand how so many people knew and didn't question it or do anything. Now, it's interesting that he would say that because there's this image that's been going around on Reddit. Says, I don't know if this has been posted yet, but here's a screenshot from one of Celeste's stories. Now, that's her left hand and that's her ring finger. This is an engagement ring, okay? This is an engagement ring. I guess this would have allegedly been her Instagram account, and she's showing off a big rock. She's showing off an engagement ring with love hearts. She's out for lunch, or dinner, or a smoothie or something with David, right? We recognize that little star on his head from, you know, from the last video he'd appeared. It's in the video thumbnail. You know, it's the same image of him with a little star on his head. Are those spots like zit stickers? I'll be using those. I got the blue ones. I definitely can't be rocking the black ones now. That's a bad look. But yeah, people are saying that this is an engagement ring. Okay, so this is essentially something that's been going around. I did touch on this in the last video, but I didn't really have time. There was a whole bunch of stuff I didn't even get a chance to get to. But, you know, trigger warning, okay? I'm making this video for documentary journalistic purposes, okay? This is a story in the public interest. It's a public story, and I just need to give you guys a warning, okay? I don't intend to disrespect or put down or belittle any of the situations that I'll be covering in this video. It's a very serious topic. It's very important that I warn you that we're going to be talking about very triggering themes like SA, you know, an underage girl seemingly being groomed, and very nefarious activities. So, you know, if that's not for you, if that's something that's going to be triggering for you, don't.
All Dragonites.
Essentially, this post is going around that Celeste's brother speaks up and reveals that David did kill his sister. Whole chat attached, and they're saying that this is her brother. All right, this is a screenshot of something that I touched on in the last video. Celeste's brother speaks up and reveals that David did kill his sister. Okay, and this is a chat. Somebody says, "Dude, why does David follow you? All respect to your sister, and I hate how shitty people are being. Was it really him? Jesus, all love, man." He replied, "Yes, it was him because he found my account out of nowhere and followed me." This dude says, "Fuck. Well, he has it coming. That's wild to just randomly. Did you ever even talk to him? I met him once in person." There's something being with him, like, was she living with him? All of this shit's so confusing and disgusting. And he replies, "I knew and I went to the police about it, but they said lack of evidence, so it was waved off." They responded, "Bullshit. Now that there's 1,000 people backing you up, that won't happen again. But if they had listened," he says, "even if they don't do anything, they haven't even done anything towards him." And they reply, "That's how it is with celebrities. Just look at fucking Diddy. They don't do shit." He says, "I know it effing sucks. Effing crazy that people suffer for it. How long has she been gone?" And he replied, "Dead."
Sure.
And he says 2 weeks. Now, this might have been a big reveal. I don't know if this is necessarily accurate. There's been a lot of speculation over how long the body had been left in that trunk. You know, trigger warning, but the body had been cut up, wrapped in plastic, and it had been severely decomposed. That's what the police said. Now, he's saying 2 weeks. That could be information that's been revealed to the family privately to say that the body was decomposed and she would have passed away 2 weeks ago, or maybe he knows, you know, maybe she stopped replying 2 weeks ago. Maybe they last heard from her 2 weeks ago. Maybe that's an indication of she was active until 2 weeks ago. We don't know for sure. So the person replies, says, "Damn, that soon? Have people have been saying like a month. The dude's a weirdo. His songs all have weird messages and imagery." He says, "What do you think happened? Like he didn't just want her to expose him being with her?" The brother replies, "I don't know." He says, "Damn, was your sister like in love with him and choosing to stay? I'm guessing that it was all just him manipulating her." He said, "Yeah, she was always saying that he was waiting till she was 18 to get married and stuff like that." He replied, "Effing sick. What's crazy about all those people in his circle who knew and say stuff? I saw one guy did get sued by something pushing." He said, "Dog, what? I never knew that. My sister wouldn't say anything, ever." He says, "Dude, there's so much stuff in the Discord that he has." He says, "What the F? There's a Discord?" And he says, "Yeah, it would just expand Discord and stuff. I wasn't in it, obviously, but from what I know, he was decently active in it. Some screenshots, some screen recordings were posted today and yesterday after the news showed one guy saying this." And basically, this is the post from the Discord. Somebody commented that would drop the song about the missing girl Celeste Rivas. This was all the way back in August 2024. And he says, "What the F? No way, dude. Please send me more if you know." He says, "I got you, bro. Let me find everything that's been posted for you. That's why I said so many people were after David now after this. They have found so much evidence to back this stuff up." The brother replies, "Dude, I never knew this stuff." And then this random guy says, "Only a small number of people were aware until today." The brother replied, "I wish I could have known. I could have used this." And the dude replies, "You don't have your sister added on Discord, right?" The bro replies, "I don't even have Discord." And then this dude says, "Yeah, I was just seeing because someone had a screenshot of her account, supposedly." And then this guy replies, he said, "This is what I got." He sends all the Discord screenshots, a bunch of lyrics, other posts, other comments, sends it all to the brother. He said, "Are those photos something? I don't know if that's just those photos real or those photos in here." And that song was unreleased David song. And he's posting all of this stuff. Here's the video proving those messages are real. And he replies, "Are those photos of her?" He says, "Yes." "Do you know of any of your sister's Instagram accounts? There were some messages people said was her messaging friends, but not really confirmed yet." And then he sends these screenshots, which, look, these are screenshots from a leaked conversation with Celeste and a friend where she appears to admit to having relations with David, all right? And then the brother sends a bunch of pictures of Celeste saying, "That's my sister, dog. That's the same girl." And he says, "If it is." And he says, "You think this is real?" And now this is where it gets crazy and we start talking about another victim. Yes, do you think this is real? These are the chat logs, okay? And look, I don't know if it's safe to show you this in this video. I didn't show it to you in the last video, but I'm gonna go out on a limb here and I'm gonna show you these messages, okay? Trigger warning. These are very dark, but I'm just gonna read these to you and I'm gonna try and redact anything super messed up, okay? But this is allegedly a set of messages between Celeste and a friend. The friend says, "I'm just gonna check up on you." Celeste says, "I don't want to talk to anyone." The friend says, "That's it." And she says, "Okay, yes, of course." And the friend says, "But you have to swear you're gonna stay safe. Are you still going to talk to David or go back with him because I don't want to get you into any more trouble with him?" Celeste replies, "I'm safe." "No, I'm not." The friend says, "Okay, I love you. I'll text you in about a week. Don't delete Insta." Celeste replies, "Love you too," and won't. And now the next set of messages, trigger warning, these do appear to... I don't even want to show this. Yeah, look, can I show this? Like, can I even talk about this? I'm not going to add any extra context. I'm just going to very quickly breeze through this, okay? The friend says, "I made it," and they say it can bleed and not bleed during stuff because you probably did it when you were younger. I didn't because I wasn't ready. Someone says, "You said you bead?" And he says, "What?" And she says, Celeste says, "I thought I did, but I just got my pee. I only bead with David." The person says, "Hmm." And then this guy says, Celeste says, "With Gus, I was just drunk and did it because he got mad at me the first time for not having S with him." So that chat appears to reveal that the girl Celeste may have had relations with another person by the name of Gus, right? And then that's where we come back to this comment. Okay, so those screenshots that I just breezed through are here, and they were sent to this person who's allegedly Celeste's brother, and they say, "Do you think this is real?" And the alleged brother replies, "Yes, I do. I know who Gus is. He's dead." And the person asks, "What happened?" And they say, "He got shot up, dead." And then the comment says, "You think by David or just some other stuff?" Now, I think I saw an extended version of this where he seemed to reply that it was some other stuff. Yeah, so here's the last part of that message. He said, "You think it was shot by David or just some other stuff?" And the guy just very ominously says, "Other stuff." And then that's the end of the conversation. They say, "Okay, now look, I'm not going to lie to you. This is all sounding a bit too suspicious. You're telling me that this Gus guy, this other guy, you've got a love triangle. These two guys are fighting over this young ting, this underage person, all right? And this guy Gus is apparently getting his thing on. They're having some kind of argument. Someone was mad because she said he was mad because I didn't want to have a with him. Twisted, absolutely twisted. Okay, so it sounds like this Gus guy is dead, all right? And we're waiting for more information to come out about this Gus guy. I don't know who this Gus guy is. I don't know what this is all about. But in the midst of that, we're beginning to see more and more little tidbits of evidence come out that are just even more and more damning. So another post has been going around on the David subreddit saying David was wearing her bracelets. That's a picture of him with some bracelets on, and people are saying it's the same bracelets that Celeste had on in this picture. Now, I'm finding it hard to see that, but it kind of does look like the pink, the little pink joint that's going on here. I don't know if it's exactly the same one, but it does look very similar. The kind of hues look a bit similar. Now, one thing that I find a little bit strange, and I've been trying to find some evidence to this, but I seem to remember when the news first broke, I thought that I'd seen a couple of articles basically saying that another body was found. You know, if we're talking about this alleged person called Gus that was killed, that sounds like a man. Sounds like a man's name, right? But I did remember this, and I haven't been able to find anybody else talking about this, and maybe there's no connection, but I did see at the time articles going around that suggested 2 women were found in cars being investigated as homicides. Now, it seemed, I don't know whether this was 2 unrelated situations, or whether it's the same situation, or whether maybe they initially thought there were 2 bodies because of the way that, you know, sadly the bodies were separated, if that makes sense. But it says the LA County Medical Examiner has released new details on the remains of 1 of 2 women who were discovered in vehicles at 2 tow yards this week. Both deaths are investigated as homicides. 1 woman's remains were discovered Monday when police responded to the Hollywood Tow on Mansfield Avenue. Someone smelled a foul odor coming from the front trunk of the vehicle, and detectives investigated possible human remains. You know, we learned about that car. The descendant was found severely decomposed inside a vehicle. She appears to have been deceased inside the vehicle for an extended period of time before being found. They were unable at the time to examine the age or ethnicity. Initially, the remains were described as a head and torso. The owner of the vehicle was identified as David. And here's what's interesting, right? The body of a second woman was found Tuesday in South Los Angeles after family members filed a missing persons report. The family had tracked a woman to a scorched Honda Civic who was being held on a tow yard at Westgate Avenue. The tow yard operator called LAPD and said family members wanted to look at the car. Investigators rushed to the scene and found the woman's partially burned body in the trunk. The car had been towed onto the lot Sunday from the 6800 block of South Flower Street. The vehicle had been extinguished by LA City Fire, but firefighters never checked in the car and didn't see the woman's remains. So, look, it's not necessary that these 2 are connected. I think this could have been a coincidence. When the first reporting came out and they were talking about 2 bodies, I wasn't sure if it was 2 bodies in the same car, 2 bodies in different car, maybe 2 cars towed from the same spot. It looks like these are 2 separate things. But it's just so bizarre. And I think the thing about this Gus guy, when we find out more about him, I think that's going to be very revealing. So there's still been a lot of discussion about the potential motive, and some people have been saying that there's rumors that Celeste might have actually been pregnant at the time of her passing, and who knows? If that was the case, could that have been David's baby? Could it have been Gus's baby? Who knows? Who knows how twisted this love triangle could really get at this point, right? But these posts have been going around, and people are suggesting that maybe the messages infer that she could have been pregnant at the time. So this is David says, "I'll join the group chat with wifey and give y'all the story time." And it says me and delete.
I don't think I'm gonna win. I've got like no lands.
And then this is a conversation. Somebody saying, basically, "David, are you happily married or single?" And basically, they're trying to find out what the relationship.
And they're just getting all their fucking lands. Shit.
That this was Celeste, it's possible, alright? And David, in the chat, amid those rumors, people talking about kid on the way, that was a heart-stopping moment to read. Jesus Christ.
Excuse me.
It's from 2024, she died 25 and couldn't be pregnant. The last confirmed spotting of her was July 2024. The same month, both she and David mentioned pregnancy in Discord. She was allegedly alive until July 2025, meaning she was out of the public eye for an entire year. It's possible she did actually have a kid, which is scary as hell. And people are saying, even if it's a joke, making a joke about having a kid with a 13-year-old at 19 is insane. This guy really is worse than the Joker. People saying deleted user, though. It seems like other screen grabs still show her name. Saying yes, meaning she had multiple Discords, just like on Instagram, or this is disgustingly referring to another girl. And it's saying the pregnancy announcement was 2024, so if that was about Celeste, she would have given birth by now. If it's true, then it's possible she had an abortion or miscarriage.
Yeah.
She was just a child herself. Having a baby, oh boy, this is so effed. If she was pregnant then, she would have gave birth already. Saying, poor girl, this is so sad. She thought she was living it up. Sometimes teenagers need to listen to their parents. She left multiple times to be with this punk-ass man. Not putting blame on her, but sometimes children do need to follow rules and listen to the adults in their lives and not behave in such rebellious ways. Again, I'm not blaming her, so please don't come for me. May she rest well. He was saying she couldn't have gotten an abortion, though. If a 14-year-old showed up to a clinic with a 20-year-old, they would most definitely contact the authorities, especially if they recognize Celeste was a missing child on the run. That's facts. That's facts, right? Some people are saying that these screenshots could be fake. Saying darker by the minute. I'm telling you, he's a sicko and he can't erase all of his breadcrumbs. The investigators are busy. All right. People saying, I highly doubt she was ever pregnant. She probably just wanted to find a way to go see someone to ask for help. It happens all the times to the victims. Okay. People saying, would you rather have dinner with David or King Von? That's crazy. All right. So this guy says, not sure if there's lots of proof of her wanting to be out other than one tweet where he says you wanted to be with your mum and sister, but this couldn't happen. Okay, actually typing that out, maybe you're right. Just saying that for a lot of it seems like he was manipulating her to be dependent on him to the point that she saw herself as just his girlfriend outside of the context of her being a child. Not defending him and don't mean to make it sound that way. I just think she probably never anticipated or had the mental maturity or age to understand just how much danger she was in. May she rest in peace, honestly. I do think she could have been pregnant potentially at some point or when he killed her. Having a baby with a 14-year-old is not something you can really hide, but murder was not the logical solution. Bro was a certified serial killer psychopath. Statistically, the most dangerous time for a woman with an abusive partner is during pregnancy, so I'm really thinking that's what happened. So look, this situation is so dark. I'm not sure where this is going to go. I think everybody is waiting for an arrest to be made. A lot of people are pointing the finger at David, thinking that he's about to get arrested. We saw in the last video he was allegedly cooperating with authorities in the investigation. I'm seeing other comments on Reddit, people saying, no, he's not cooperating, he's actually lawyered up and is refusing to talk. These are just rumors that I'm seeing floating around. Can't give you the absolute 100% truth at this stage. But what I do know is that this is a huge story. This is going to keep developing. And whether an arrest is made, whether something else happens, whether a final conclusion is reached before justice can be delivered, I think we're going to find out soon. But it's really sad. We're hoping to see justice for Celeste, however that looks. We're hoping to find out what happened to this Gus guy. I'm very curious about who this Gus guy is, so we're going to find out. I'm going to keep you guys informed. Any updates I will have for you on this channel. I appreciate you all for watching and following along. If you want to get all of the backstory about all of the self-snitching that David did in all of his music, damn near left a whole bunch of breadcrumbs and clues. Go and watch my 2-hour breakdown that I put out yesterday. I basically broke down every lyric, every music video that he ever dropped, and it is so...
It's so fucking fucked up when these rappers confess in their stupid-ass songs that no one ever listens to.
As a manager at the Downtown Suites Motel in Old East Dallas.
Fucking untalented pieces of shit.
This case takes place in the USA. In September of 2025, a case at a Dallas motel shocked the state and even drew international attention. What began as a mundane argument escalated into a horrifying event witnessed by onlookers and captured on CCTV. This is the case of Chandra Nagamalaya. Chandra was born on the 2nd of December 1974 in India. In India, Chandra was an entrepreneur. He ran a small hotel business in Bangalore, but sought better opportunities abroad. In 2018, he moved to the United States of America, joining a sibling who had established a hotel business there decades earlier. He settled in Dallas, Texas, with his wife and their son, who was born around 2007. By 2025, the family had made Dallas their home. In Dallas, Chandra worked hard as a manager at the Downtown Suites Motel in Old East Dallas. Friends and relatives affectionately nicknamed him Bob. He was widely described as a devoted husband, a loving father, and a kind soul. A close friend described him as a jolly person who was never angry, someone who would laugh off jokes and always avoid conflict. At the motel, Chandra was known to be hardworking, friendly, and embodied a gentle demeanour. He lived on site at the motel with his family, his wife, and their 18-year-old son, Gaurav. Wednesday the 10th of September 2025 began like any other day in the motel. It was the morning, and the staff were going about their daily routines. Shortly after 8 AM, Chandra was working alongside 2 of his employees. One of them was a female housekeeper, and the other was Jordanis Cobos Martinez. Jordanis was cleaning one of the ground floor motel rooms, room 108. Chandra's wife was in the front office, and his 18-year-old son was nearby on the property. What happened over the next 20 to 30 minutes would turn this ordinary morning into a scene of pure horror. Inside room 108, an argument erupted over a broken washing machine. Chandra instructed Jordanis not to use the washer at the motel. However, there was a language barrier. Chandra didn't speak Spanish, and Jordanis didn't speak English. When Chandra asked the other employee to translate his instructions to Jordanis, he took offense.
Are they gonna summon all the dragons?
That Chandra spoke to the other employee instead of addressing him
Gas them all.
He felt disrespected by the need of a translator. This other co-worker later told the police that this translation issue triggered him. Jordanis was upset, and he exchanged heated words with Chandra as tempers flared. But then, Jordanis abruptly stormed out of the room in anger. However, this wasn't the end of the heated argument. In fact, it had just begun. Jordanis returned to the room moments later, only this time armed with a large machete, and what followed was a sudden explosion of violence. According to investigators, Jordanis began attacking Chandra with a machete without warning. He swung the blade repeatedly, hacking at Chandra multiple times. Chandra was stabbed and slashed. He suffered terrible wounds, but he was still alive. After being slashed, Chandra managed to get away, and he ran for his life, screaming for help. He bolted out of room 108 and sprinted across the parking lot towards the motel's main office, which was where his family was. A security camera captured him yelling and running, with Jordanis chasing close behind, machete in hand. Chandra's single goal was to reach his wife and son to warn them and seek refuge. Someone who was staying at the motel watched in horror. They said, he chased him from 108 all the way to the office. Chandra was trying to get to the office to tell his family to run. Chandra got as far as he could, but the attacker was determined. In the span of seconds, Jordanis caught up with him just outside of the front office. Due to hearing the commotion, Chandra's wife and son emerged from the office, only to be confronted with a total nightmare. They saw Jordanis attacking Chandra with the blade again. Both wife and son tried to intervene, desperately attempting to pull him away, but there was nothing they could do. Chandra's wife screamed, and his son grappled with Jordanis, but he was in a frenzied state, and he just shoved them aside forcibly, and then proceeded to hack at Chandra. An onlooker saw what was happening. He went over to Chandra's wife and son and pulled them away, urging them to retreat. Jordanis showed absolutely no mercy. He repeatedly and violently swung the machete at Chandra, even as he lay in the parking lot unconscious. Amid the attack, Jordanis paused at one point to go through Chandra's pockets. He pulled out his mobile phone and his lanyard with his keycards to the motel rooms. This momentary pause, however, was only preceded with greater brutality. Jordanis then resumed hacking at Chandra with the blade, but then he grabbed his head and began hacking through his neck. He did this until Chandra's head was removed from his body. By around 8:30 AM, Chandra was dead, his body mutilated on the ground, but the attacker's actions grew even more gruesome. With a blooded machete in one hand and Chandra's head in the other, Jordanis stood momentarily. He then placed Chandra's head on the ground and kicked the severed head twice across the parking lot.
So fucking crazy, dude.
He kicked his head like a soccer ball. But it didn't even end here. Jordanis calmly picked up the head off the ground and walked towards a nearby dumpster on the motel property. He then tossed Chandra's head into the trash. All of this happened in broad daylight before the emergency services could arrive. The entire attack transpired in just minutes. Surveillance footage captured many of these moments in stark detail. Chandra's wife and son were left horrified and deeply traumatized. One can only imagine the horror and adrenaline coursing through onlookers as they struggled to process what was happening. As all of this unfolded, many of the witnesses began calling 911 to report what was happening. At 8:31 AM, mere minutes after the beheading, the first emergency responders arrived. An ambulance crew pulled up at the motel, responding to reports of a stabbing in process. Paramedics, however, are not trained to enter an active danger scene. They stopped at a safe distance when they saw the situation. Jordanis was still on the premises, covered in blood, wielding the machete, and walking away from the gruesome scene. The paramedics discreetly followed him from a distance in their vehicle. Dallas police units converged to the area within minutes. At approximately 8:35, officers located Jordanis about a block away from the motel, and they moved in to arrest him. He didn't get too far. He was still near the property, and he made no concerted effort to hide or flee quickly. The police reported that when they apprehended him, he was still holding the bloody machete and had Chandra's cell phone on him. His entire body was soaked with blood, grim evidence linking him unmistakably to the crime. Officers
this one would kill me.
The incident. There was no report of resistance during his arrest. So by now you're probably wondering, who was this man, and what could drive someone to do this? Jordanis was born in March of 1988 in Cuba. At some point, he left Cuba and entered the United States illegally, eventually residing in Texas. And by 2025, he was working as a maintenance or cleaning staff member at the Dallas motel where Chandra was a manager. However, behind this unassuming role as a motel handyman was a long and violent criminal history across multiple states. Over the 8 years preceding the murder, he had been arrested and charged in Florida, California, and Texas. In 2017 Florida, he was arrested and charged with felony grand theft auto for allegedly stealing a Mercedes-Benz. Later that year in California, he was arrested for an attempted carjacking incident. According to police reports, he was completely naked at the time, tried to drag a woman from her car, climbed in with her, and assaulted her. In 2018 in Texas, he was arrested and charged with indecency with a child, and whilst awaiting trial, he punched a jailer in the jaw. In 2023 in California, he was arrested for a 2017 carjacking and false imprisonment. In August of 2023, a Californian judge granted him probation on the false imprisonment conviction. In late 2023, he was arrested in Texas on a fugitive warrant and turned over to the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. With his extensive criminal record, an immigration judge had already ordered him to be removed and deported back to Cuba. However, Cuba refused to accept him due to his criminal history, effectively stranding him in U.S. custody. Under U.S. law, if an immigrant's home country will not issue travel documents, then ICE must eventually release the person under supervision. Thus, On the 13th of January 2025, ICE released Jordanis from detention on an order of supervision. He walked free into the US populace, albeit with check-ins required. By September of 2025, Jordanis was living in Dallas and working at the motel. Despite his alarming past, Jordanis had managed to avoid permanent incarceration or removal. Following his arrest, he was described by officials as a barbaric criminal with an extensive rap sheet. It was against this backdrop that the events of September the 10th, 2025 unfolded. Back at the motel, investigators and crime scene personnel began processing the horrific scene. They found Chandra's decapitated remains in the parking lot and discovered his head from the dumpster where the killer had thrown it. Even for very, very seasoned detectives, the brutality was shocking. The level of violence employed left everyone deeply disturbed. During the police interrogation, Jordanis admitted to the crime almost immediately when speaking with a detective. Now, with the confession, the CCTV, and the witnesses, there was literally no doubt that he was responsible for the murder, but the police still needed a motive. Why did he do this? The answer was incredibly trivial. From his admission and the witness accounts, it appears that the motive was Jordanis becoming enraged over a perceived slight in communication, not being spoken to directly and being spoken to through a translator, and because of this, he exploded in uncontrollable violence. There is no indication of premeditation or a personal vendetta beyond that morning dispute. Rather instead, it seems to be a case of sudden uncontrolled rage turning incredibly lethal. By late morning on the 10th of September, the Dallas police had formally charged Jordanis with capital murder for the killing of Chandra. In Texas, capital murder is reserved for the most serious homicide cases and allows prosecutors to seek the death penalty or life imprisonment without the possibility of parole if they are convicted. He was swiftly booked into the Dallas County Jail, and jail records showed that in addition to the capital murder charge, an immigration hold detainer was placed on him by ICE. This meant that even if he somehow made bail or was released, he would be transferred to federal custody. Of course, as you can imagine, no bail was granted in the immediate aftermath. The police investigation then began gathering some physical evidence. They collected blood evidence, fingerprints, and then the surveillance video footage. And what they caught was horrifying. Now, of course, for YouTube, I can't show the actual footage, and I'm not even sure if all of it has been made public. But it revealed everything. It shows the entire crime unfold. But most disturbingly, the cameras recorded Jordanis striking Chandra repeatedly until he was decapitated, and they even captured him kicking the severed head in the parking lot. All of that footage is out there somewhere. The police had every piece of possible evidence they needed. It's not every day that such a murder is captured on camera. To say the case is watertight would be an understatement. Within a day, the story of the Dallas decapitation made headlines around the world. However, it was somewhat overshadowed by the assassination of Charlie Kirk that day. So on this day, two of the most shocking cases in recent history were caught on camera. Jordanis' initial court appearance took place in the days following the arrest, and the charge of capital murder was formally read. Given the facts, experts noted that the case could meet the criteria for capital punishment, especially as it involved a murder committed during another felony, robbery. This is because he took Chandra's phone while he was killing him. And not only this, the murder has been categorized as outrageously cruel. A defense has been assigned to represent him. Any mental health evaluations or other defense strategies have not been made public, but given the extreme violence, it's possible his lawyers might explore some competency or insanity defenses in the future. As of mid-December 2025, no such claims have been reported, as the case is still in its early stages. Just 3 days after the murder, Chandra's family held a funeral service in Texas. A beloved husband and father was gone, and the community was left grieving. In the aftermath, an online fundraiser was launched to assist the family with funeral costs, living expenses, and the son's future education. The GoFundMe campaign quickly surpassed its initial goal of $50,000. A link will be pinned in the comments and in the description. Publicly, the authorities have expressed determination to obtain justice. Trump has personally said this criminal will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Given the straightforward evidence, including video, eyewitness, and a confession, the trial, when it occurs, may focus more on punishment rather than proving guilt. It's also worth mentioning that due to his immigration status, any sentence will be served in the US, and he cannot be deported unless somehow released. The case of the Dallas decapitation is one of the most gruesome cases in that area in recent times, and the fact that it was caught on camera only adds to the horror. Many people are hoping for the death penalty. However, some have speculated that due to the nature of the crime, the defense could have the opportunity at an insanity defense. Either way, it's likely that Jordanis will never see the light of day again.
It's like the fucking Middle East. Hmm. Uh-oh. Shit.
Was a particularly bad year for mass shootings in Sacramento. On April 3rd, in 3 minutes, at least 5 people fired over 100 rounds in a shootout in front of a downtown jewelry store. When they heard the rapid-fire shots, the officers ran to the source and located a large group of people and gunshot victims. They began life-saving measures on victims on the scene. Despite this, 6 people wouldn't make it. 3 men and 3 women. 12 other people had been shot. One of these 12 was Smiley Martin, who was located at the scene with serious gunshot injuries and was transported to an area hospital for treatment. Smiley was quickly identified as a person of interest and remained under the supervision of an officer at the hospital while his treatment continued. It would turn out that a lot of the rapid-fire shots came from Smiley's handgun, a Glock 19 modified with an attachment wreaking havoc on America's streets, a switch. 3 of the deceased were Devasia Turner, Sergio Harris, and Joshua Hoy Lucchesi. But, based on later investigations, the 3 were determined to be participants in the shooting, and the Sacramento County DA's office was not considering them victims. Fairly quickly, police deduced that the incident was almost certainly gang-related, and that they'd be on the hunt for the other 2 suspects that made it out alive.
Put your name on its own, nigga.
Back in April 2021, a deputy district attorney argued against Smiley Martin's early release from prison. In a letter to the parole board, she wrote, "Inmate Martin has, for his entire adult life, displayed a pattern of criminal behavior. Regardless, based on good credits, 27-year-old Smiley was released in April 2022 after doing about 5 of a 10-year sentence." True to the attorney's words, Smiley had a bad record with law enforcement, stretching back to his teenage years. He had charges for gun possession, obstruction of justice, robbing a Sacramento Walmart of $2,800 in Galaxy notebooks, and a particularly egregious charge from May 2017 that landed him a 10-year sentence. Court documents read that Smiley Martin forcibly entered his girlfriend's residence, where he found her hiding in her bedroom closet. He then hit her repeatedly with a closed fist on her face, head, and body, causing visible injuries. After, he dragged her out of her home by her hair to an awaiting car. After putting her in the car, he then assaulted her with a belt. Martin's 26-year-old brother, Dondre, who will feature later in the story, didn't have a sterling legal record either. He had multiple brushes with the law for aggravated assault, domestic violence, and violating probation. Court records show he also pleaded guilty to punching, kicking, and choking a woman in a hotel room where she refused to work for him as a prostitute. Like Smiley, Dondre's crimes spanned the whole 2010s decade, and he had served time in prison. But since November 2020, Dondre had been a free man. Dondre was an aspiring rapper, and he uploaded videos to his YouTube account, where he's known as Dre the Mac. His SoundCloud username was Dre Mac, and it said he was from both Sacramento and Phoenix. And Speaking on Me, one of Dondre's tracks, a man is seen holding a semi-automatic gun, a never-present theme in his music that was based on antagonizing gang rivals in the ghettos of Sacramento. 45% of violent crime in Sacramento happens in small neighborhoods. These neighborhoods are home to the 3,000 plus gang members in the city. The Martin brothers, Peyton, and the 3 men who were killed all had local gang ties. Court documents revealed that Hoy Lucchesi and Smiley were a part of the Garden Block Crips, the oldest Crip hood in Sacramento, stretching way back to the 70s. Peyton and Turner were a part of a rival gang called the G-Mob. Harris, a cousin to Turner, was a former member of a gang allied with G-Mob called Del Paso Heights Bloods, but was still social with some of its members. It's alleged that the conflicting parties had a long-standing beef going all the way back to prison, and it would all come to a head when they ran into each other on the night of April 2nd. Sacramento is a work-and-play city, and the night of April 2nd presented many prospects for a good time out. But some people had other ideas. In a social media clip posted hours before the shooting, the Martin brothers are seen posing with Hoy Lucchesi with 2 handguns and a rifle. In the video, Hoy Lucchesi and Smiley talk about going downtown armed to loiter outside nightclubs and brag about shooting at their enemies. In the same video, both Hoy Lucchesi and Smiley Martin state their allegiance to the Garden Block Crips. Later that night, 70 to 80 people were gathered near 10th and K Streets, an area packed with bars, restaurants, hotels, and museums, blocks away from the state capitol and the Sacramento Kings Arena. Earlier, rapper Tyler the Creator performed at an arena in front of thousands of fans, and many still lingered in the area after. By 2 p.m., bars were closing and people were flocking onto the street. But no one expected to be ducking bullets moments after. In the aftermath, security cameras would have traced a picture of the build-up to the massacre. Devasia Turner and Medulla Payton are seen on surveillance video arriving in a white Chevrolet Equinox and a dark gray Ford Mustang outside Rodney's Cigar and Liquor Store. Sergio Harris is seen parking his Jaguar sedan in front of Rodney's liquor store, behind Turner and Payton's vehicles. Turner and Payton walk down 10th Street and arrive at the District 30 nightclub at 1022 K Street. Their pictures are taken as a part of the nightclub security system. Surveillance footage shows Hoy, Smiley, and Dondre Martin walking southbound on 11th Street, crossing over Jazz Alley. Dondre and Smiley scan into the District 30 nightclub, but never enter the club. They loiter outside with Hoy, eventually making their way across the street from the nightclub. Payton and Turner exit the District 30 nightclub and walk across the street to Hoy and the Martin brothers. They talk for about 2 minutes before Turner and Payton walk away. Hoy and the Martin brothers walk up to Turner and Payton, who are standing in front of the Crest Theater. About 3 minutes later, Payton motions with his right arm in the air and appears to wait for more people to join him. He then heads back towards his car. He retrieves something from his car, puts it in his sweatshirt, and walks back in the direction he came. Payton is stopped by 2 people on the sidewalk of 10th Street. He talks to them and points towards the intersection of 10th and K Streets, before breaking away and heading south on 10th Street. Those 2 people who stopped Payton walked up to Harris to talk to him and point south toward K Street. Harris responds by motioning with his head to follow him as he walks down the sidewalk. Payton and Turner are recorded on the corner of Sharif Jewelers, located on the northeast intersection of 10th and K Streets. 3 minutes later, Hoy and the Martin brothers make their way to the area amongst the crowd. Turner is standing in the northeast intersection of K.
Sacrificing shit.
Turner, Harris.
Just gonna sum it again.
At the same exact time, Dondre and Smiley were walking from
Wait, that's so dumb, dude.
8 seconds later, people are seen running from the area. Police say that at this point, everyone involved in the incident was standing on the northeast intersection of K and 10th, standing only feet away from each other. Police said that Hoy, standing next to Smiley, started pointing at rival gang members.
Such a stupid combo. This is so dumb.
With the black firearm. Police say Payton turned his back to his rivals and reached for something in his waistband. Harris crossed K Street to head towards his friends, Turner and Payton. One of the victims, Jontea Alexander, parked her car, walked across the street to Harris to get her sister. Her family later told reporters that she was picking up.
I fucked up on my
They believe she exited her car to either check
thing
her sister
too.
or buy her sister a hot dog before shots were fired.
And now they get to have that back.
Gun in his left hand with an extended magazine. Right before the gunshots go off, there's a street brawl involving several people. Its connection to the shooting has never been established. Part of the incident was captured on security camera.
They get the haste that just keeps coming back and coming back. It's so stupid.
One of the female victims is seen falling behind Hoy and Smiley. Turner is then seen backpedaling.
This is dumb.
With his arm extended and firing multiple rounds at the Martin brothers. Smiley is seen stepping to the west.
I fucked up too.
Handgun toward Harris and Turner. Dondre fires a handgun north in the direction of Harris and Turner. And Payton is seen falling down.
It's such a dumb, simple black card
Payton is seen running northbound on 10th Street.
that 2-2 that can just sacrifice shit over and over and not pay anything. So I hate shit like that. I hate shit you can just keep doing it over and over a turn. Some kind of passive ability like that. Kind of like VV's bullshit.
Smiley is then seen tossing the handgun away, right before officers stop him. Investigators later found the gun, a Glock 19 handgun with an extended 30-round magazine, a tactical laser sight, and a full automatic selector switch. The scene after the shooting was chaotic and full of grief. Police car sirens, screams, and people frantically making phone calls to loved ones. In the aftermath of the 2-minute massacre, people had scattered in all directions, and some were even hiding behind trees and garbage bins. Police taped off the streets near the scene till Monday. And the days after, the streets were covered in candles and flower memorials. And the California Assembly and Sacramento Kings held a moment of silence in honor of the victims. The incident sparked a debate about gun laws, especially automatic weapons. It sparked a conversation about culture too. Detectives found more than 100 shell casings, and buildings and cars riddled with bullets. Ballistic analysis would show that 28 rounds came from Smiley's gun alone. It would turn out to be a very complex investigation with several witnesses, video and photo evidence, and plenty of physical evidence. Sacramento PD would later receive more than 170 video and photo files in an evidence portal. They showed the mayhem that night, and that 76 shots had been fired in 54 seconds. The businesses in that area didn't recover for months. More than 40 detectives were involved in the investigation. 12 of them full-time. The FBI and the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives assisted in the investigation. Police served search warrants at 3 homes, and at least 1 handgun was recovered. Detectives located Andre on April 4th. He faced assault and firearm charges. When Smiley was released from the hospital, he was booked into the county jail on charges of being a prohibited person with a firearm and being in possession of a machine gun. Lastly, Sacramento police detectives and the FBI were able to determine that Payton was living in an apartment complex in Las Vegas and worked with Las Vegas Metro PD to arrest him on May 28th. Aside from the shootings, Payton was also charged with 3 counts of EDD fraud related to pandemic aid. All 3 were being charged with murder in the deaths of the 3 women. It didn't matter who fired the shots. On June 8, 2024, Smiley Martin was found dead in his jail cell. The cause of death has yet to be determined. Prosecutors are seeking life without parole for Dondre Martin and Matula Payton. The trial is ongoing. Whatever gargantuan beef or slight inspired that brazen shootout on a packed street corner, it was an extremely irrational act, a major violation of a universal gang code. No civilians. They get no sympathy from anyone, and best gear up for their next adventure. Life in the California prison system. On the outside, it was just another house on 4th Avenue in Richmond, Virginia. A quiet middle-class neighborhood, the kind of place where families grew, where children played. But step inside the home where James Briley raised his 3 sons. James Jr.
I hate Mobilize too. Was that thing with Mobilize?
Described as eerie. Here, the air hung heavy with tension. Out of fear of his own boys, the father, a longtime employee of a local concrete company, kept a padlock on his own bedroom.
Oh, it's similar to Mobilize. I hate, it's so dumb.
Not suburban living room.
Like the difference between Mobilize and just shit that just does tokens. Like, oh my god, the mechanics are so all over the place. I hate it. I hate it just because it's nothing makes sense to me. Movie attack with 1 note. So it's no different from like other creatures having tokens. But then why does Mobilize exist? Just so more colors? No wait, this is red. I don't understand it. I hate magic.
Boa constrictors, tarantulas,
or I hate standard.
piranhas. They entertain themselves by feeding live mice to their snake. This unsettling interest in deadly creatures, the strange atmosphere, it hinted at a darkness that would soon consume the entire city. Before they became the notorious Briley brothers for orchestrating one of the most vicious murder sprees in Virginia's history, Linwood, James, and Anthony were simply 3 boys from Richmond's north side. They weren't born into obvious turmoil. Their mother worked at Virginia Union University, and their father was a disciplinarian, instilling fear but also providing a stable foundation. Neighbors even remembered them as helpful, lending a hand with car repairs or mowing lawns for the elderly. But beneath that veneer, something was very wrong. On January 28, 1971, the true nature of the eldest brother, Linwood, revealed itself. At just 16 years old, Linwood calmly aimed a rifle out of a window in his home and pulled the trigger. His victim was a 57-year-old Orlean Christian, a kindly neighbor who had just buried her husband and was hanging laundry in her backyard. She collapsed on the spot. Her death, initially thought to be a heart attack, went unquestioned. But when the funeral home returned the robe she had been wearing, the family noticed a small bloody hole in the back.
A bullet?
When confronted, Linwood's response was chilling. He admitted to the shooting.
That's so fucked up. What, they fucking took her to the emergency room or hospital and they just heart attack? Didn't fucking find did someone just not want to fucking examine her fucking body? What the fuck?
But claimed Orlean would have died anyhow, citing a rumor about her heart trouble. His callousness, his utter lack of remorse at such a young age, was a prelude to the terror to come. He was convicted of manslaughter and served just over a year in a juvenile institution after his lawyer argued it was an accident, and Linwood was actually shooting at pigeons. But the darkness within Linwood had taken root. James was also later arrested and imprisoned for shooting at an officer during the chase. The year 1979 plunged Richmond into a nightmare. For 7 horrifying months, the Briley brothers, now joined by a teenage accomplice, Duncan Meekins, embarked on a murder spree that defied logic, reason, and any semblance of humanity. There was no discernible pattern, no specific type of victim. They struck across diverse neighborhoods, targeting men and women, black and white, rich and poor. This reign of terror left the city gripped by fear, every resident wondering who would be next. It was a reign of terror that slipped beneath the radar of law enforcement for months. There was no sense of a common killer. The Brileys killed with such versatility that police initially did not see a pattern. The killings took place in desperate neighborhoods throughout Richmond and Henrico County, further obscuring the connections. James and Linwood murdered to eliminate witnesses, but according to investigators, they also seemed to enjoy it. Prosecutors, Warren Vutschutz, once remarked that Linwood was extremely intelligent, but had an inadequately developed conscience, while James was cold and reckless, a man born to die in the electric chair. One survivor of the Brileys' brutal spree was William Butcher and his wife Virginia. On March 12, 1979, the Briley's knocked on the couple's door under the pretense of needing to call AAA. When Butcher opened the door, they forced their way in at gunpoint. The couple was tied up in separate rooms, doused in lighter fluid, and left to burn alive as the house was set ablaze. But 15-year-old Meekins, who was assigned to tie them up, was an obvious amateur, even loosening up the ropes when Mr. Butcher told him it hurt. Butcher managed to free himself and his wife, and they escaped the inferno. Their methods were as varied as their victims. March 21st, Michael W. McDuffie was shot during a robbery. A former vending machine serviceman, McDuffie was killed simply because he crossed paths with the wrong people at the wrong time. His murder signaled the start of what would become a relentless series of killings. On April 9th, 76-year-old Mary W. Gowan was followed home from babysitting, then assaulted, robbed, and fatally shot. Her body was found lying face down in her bedroom. Her small house had been ransacked, and the brutal nature of her death stunned even seasoned investigators. July 4th, Linwood catches 17-year-old Christopher Phillips trying to break into his car. He is dragged into a nearby alley, pinned down by James, and Meekins and Linwood drops a cinder block on his skull, killing him in broad daylight. September 14th, John Gallagher, Johnny G, a popular 62-year-old DJ, was abducted at gunpoint after stepping outside a dance hall he was playing at with a band. The Briley brothers and Meekins forced Gallagher into the trunk of his car, drove him into an isolated island in the James River. There, Linwood Briley shot him in the back of the head. Fishermen found him partially submerged in the river 2 days later. The loot? $6 and a distinctive turquoise ring taken by Linwood. His trophy-keeping habit would later help detectives confirm his involvement. September 30th, Mary S. Wilfong, a 62-year-old private nurse, was robbed and beaten to death on the steps outside her apartment. October 6th, Blanche Page, 79, was bludgeoned to death in her own home, just 2 blocks from the Briley's residence. A boarder in her house, Charles Garner, 59, suffered a fate almost too gruesome to recount. After being killed with a baseball bat, 5 knives, a pair of scissors, and a fork were stuck in his back. Then, his body was set on fire. Meanwhile, the brothers grew bolder. They kept a scrapbook of press clippings of their crimes. They were known to practice martial arts in local parks and carried themselves with a brazen, menacing arrogance. Law enforcement eventually began to suspect a loose group of aggressive young men, but the pieces had not yet come together. On October 19, 1979, James Briley appeared in court and assured a Richmond judge he had no intention of getting into trouble again. He had recently been released on parole after serving some time for a convenience store robbery. That very night, he and his crew murdered 3 people, the gang's most horrific crime. Earlier that evening, a police investigator was conducting surveillance from a van parked near the Briley home. She overheard James and Linwood arguing about whether police were inside the van. James was skeptical, but Linwood was suspicious. To test it, the brothers approached the green Chevrolet van, peered through the tinted windows and shook it. James even fired a gun into the air and into the ground to provoke a reaction. He told Linwood that if police were inside, they would have come out after the gunshots. Convinced, they left in their car. Despite being under surveillance from both the ground and the air, authorities eventually lost track of the Brileys that night. That crucial error would cost Judy Diane Barton, 8 months pregnant, her common-law husband Harvey Wilkerson, and their 5-year-old son Harvey Barton, their lives. The Brileys and Meekins planned to rob the Wilkersons' home, a short distance from the Briley residence. James and Linwood entered first, followed by Anthony and Meekins. Wilkerson and Judy Barton were bound with electrical tape, gagged, and placed on the floor. What followed was unspeakable. 2 of the Brileys and Meekins assaulted Judy Barton. Meekins then fatally shot Harvey Wilkerson, the husband. James Briley then did the same to the 5-year-old Harvey Barton. While conducting surveillance, police heard gunshots and saw the Briley gang run to their car and drive away. However, they were unable to pinpoint the origin of the shots and let the group go. It wasn't until 2 days later that the bodies of the 3 victims were discovered in the stifling hot house after someone alerted the authorities. Inside the home, investigators found that Wilkerson's pet snakes had been released by the Brileys before they fled, requiring animal control to clear the scene. One officer recalled that the blood-caked floors made his shoes stick and the foul stench clung to his clothes so badly he threw them away when he got home. The day after the grisly discovery, police arrested the Briley brothers and Meekins. Linwood was arrested after a foot chase where he jumped from a moving car. The car, which also held his father and Meekins, crashed into a telephone pole, allowing police to apprehend Meekins as well. Once in custody, Meekins quickly began cooperating with police. In the presence of his parents, he confessed not only to the Barton Avenue killings, but also revealed the Brileys' involvement in other crimes previously unlinked to them. He also recounted a chilling detail. Before police even discovered the bodies, James Briley returned to the crime scene to steal a TV, stepping over the bodies to take it for his room at his father's house. When they brought Linwood in for questioning, an investigator who was a close friend of John Gallagher noticed Linwood's turquoise ring. It was his friend's, the same one he was wearing the night he was murdered. The capture of the Briley brothers and Duncan Meekins, just days after the Barton Avenue murders, finally brought a measure of relief to Richmond. For his cooperation, Meekins received a life sentence, incarcerated away from the Brileys. Prosecutors later advocated for his parole. Linwood Briley was sentenced to death for John Gallagher's murder. In addition to 7 life sentences for other murders and robberies, James Briley received 2 death sentences for the murders of Judy and Harvey Barton. The youngest, Anthony Briley, who authorities found no evidence had personally killed anyone, received a life sentence with parole eligibility. Authorities believe they might have killed or severely injured as many as 20 people. By early 1980, Linwood and James were incarcerated at Mecklenburg Correctional Center near Boyd, Virginia. It was considered Virginia's most secure prison. A $20 million facility opened in 1976 and heralded as escape-proof. But the Briley story was far from over. On May 31st, 1984, the Briley brothers led the most infamous prison break in U.S. death row history. Along with 4 other death row inmates, Lim Tuggle, Earl Clanton, Derek Peterson, and Willie Jones, they pulled off a brazen, theatrical escape from Mecklenburg. Each of these men had committed shocking and violent crimes. Lim Tuggle had assaulted and murdered a woman in southwestern Virginia just 6 months after being released from prison for a prior homicide. Earl Clanton strangled a 63-year-old librarian during a robbery. Derek Peterson was convicted of killing a supermarket employee during a robbery attempt. A 7th inmate, Dennis Stockton, who was on death row for arranging a contract killing in 1978, assisted in the planning but did not flee. Much of what we know about the escape will later come from Stockton's prison diary. The inmates had spent months secretly planning the operation. They hid homemade knives in the cracks of their cell walls, carefully painted over the repairs, and listened
Fuck me, dude.
to the intercom. They tracked the officers' names, assignments, and shift rotations. On the evening of the escape, they got haircuts and shaved to appear less like inmates and more like civilians. Around 8:30 p.m., Earl Clanton hid in a bathroom during evening recreation and overpowered a lone guard in the control room. He then released the others. For over 90 minutes, they held the building hostage, tying up 14 prison staff members and locking them inside a cell. No one outside the building knew anything was wrong. At 10:30, they forced one of the hostages to radio an emergency message about a bomb threat. They placed the TV on a stretcher, covered it with a blanket, and pretended it was an explosive device. Dressed in riot gear, they dramatically sprayed it with fire extinguishers and made their way through the prison doors into a van that had been sent for the fake bomb removal. They then vanished into the night. It took nearly 30 minutes before prison staff realized what had happened. The public reaction was immediate and fearful. Mecklenburg employees and residents of the surrounding rural tobacco region were on edge. Some parked their cars as close to their front doors as possible out of fear. Everyone was scared. In Richmond, people locked their doors, left their porch lights on. The streets grew quiet. For 19 days, the 2 brothers were on the run. The law caught up with Clanton and Peterson the very next day in Warrenton, North Carolina. They were apprehended in a motel after authorities tracked their movements and executed a swift arrest. Both men were taken into custody without resistance and returned to Virginia under tight security. A week later, on June 8th, Lim Tuggle and Willie Jones were caught in Stamford, Vermont. The downfall came after Tuggle attempted to rob a local gift shop, an act that immediately drew attention and led to their arrests. The duo was possibly attempting to cross into Canada, but their poor planning and impulsive behavior cut their run short.
Yeah.
But it was the Brileys who proved the most elusive. For nearly 3 weeks, they managed to avoid capture, setting off one of the largest manhunts in Virginia's history. The operation involved hundreds of officers from multiple states, FBI agents, and even a bounty hunter. But the break came from routine police work. FBI agents checking prisoner biographies and phone calls discovered calls between the Brileys and their uncle, Johnny Lee Council, who lived in North Philadelphia and had a rap sheet of his own. After a week of surveillance on a garage in a rough neighborhood just blocks from a police precinct.
Alright, let's play one more and then we'll get going.
On June 19, 1984, FBI agents surrounded the garage and found Linwood and James Briley casually barbecuing chicken. Both were surrounded by 20 FBI agents and taken into custody without resistance. Their uncle was also arrested and later charged with aiding in custody without resistance. The uncle surrounded by 20 FBI agents and taken into custody without resistance.
Look at your dumbass fucking shower cap. Piece of shit.
The uncle was also arrested and later charged with aiding and abetting fugitives. His bail was set at $1 million. The fallout from the escape was severe. The state investigation revealed that the prison's much-touted security measures were deeply flawed. Mecklenburg was not only vulnerable, it was negligent. Staff had been poorly trained, and protocols were dangerously lax. In response, sweeping reforms were enacted. The recaptured Brileys were returned to Virginia. Linwood Briley was the first to face the electric chair on October 12, 1984. Despite the overwhelming evidence, including witness testimonies and forensic connections to multiple murders, Linwood never admitted guilt. He could have challenged Donkey Meekins' account, potentially saving his own life, or arguing that Meekins was the trigger man, but he refused, perhaps out of pride or psychological defiance. As a prosecutor observed, Linwood refuses to give anyone the satisfaction of having beaten him. After the last meal of steak and baked potatoes,
It's so fucking cringy when they're like that. They act like they're on the top because of like the body count they have or some shit. It's just, it's pathetically sad. But now you're fucking dead.
and refusing to make a final statement, Linwood was killed by 2 55-second bursts of 2,400 volts of electricity. About 500 demonstrators, some favoring and some opposing capital punishment, gathered outside the prison. Firecrackers were set off at the time of the execution, and one pro-death penalty demonstrator waved the Confederate flag. James Briley followed, meeting the same fate in April 1985. The brutality of the Briley's crimes made it difficult for anyone to rally significant support against their executions. Even the NAACP, typically an outspoken opponent of the death penalty, was noticeably quiet. Meekins, whose decision to testify was critical to securing the death sentences for James and Linwood, has remained incarcerated to this day. The legacy of the Briley still lingers. The crime spree and unprecedented escape shattered the illusion of control within the prison system. As one prison employee remarked, You don't ever get over it. The only reason you walk out of here every day is because the inmates let you walk out. That sentiment echoed years later when another escapee, William Lloyd Turner, faced execution. After Turner's death, his attorney discovered a loaded handgun hidden inside his prison typewriter, a grim reminder that he was allowing them to kill him. Next to the weapon was a note that simply read, "Smile." A final, unsettling echo of the dark and unpredictable world within those prison walls, a world the Bradley brothers once dominated. Boston in the late 70s was a city of stark contrasts. On one side stood Ivy League universities that attracted scholars from around the world. But just blocks away, the darker reality thrived. The city's criminal underworld operated in shadowy alleys and seedy back rooms, where organized crime families ruled, drug deals flourished, and betrayals often ended in bloodshed. Blackfriars Pub sat at the crossroads of these two worlds. By day, it operated as an ordinary downtown bar, frequented by office workers and locals. By night, it became a gathering place for Boston's underbelly, criminals, informants, and power players. On June 28, 1978, Jerry Robinson, the janitor, arrived at the pub for his routine cleaning. Descending into the basement office, he stumbled upon a gruesome scene. 5 men executed in cold blood. Their bodies sprawled on the floor, blood splattered the walls and pooled on the floorboards. The Blackfriars Massacre, it would be dubbed. This wasn't just another crime in the city used to violence. It was a massacre that revealed the thin, fragile divide between Boston's intellectual elite and its criminal underworld. Opened in 1971, the Irish-themed bar on Summer Street served as both a social hub and after hours, a disco. By 1978, it had gained a reputation for its connection to Boston's underbelly, where friendships often came at a price. But that June morning, Blackfriars became the scene of a slaughter. Inside his basement office lay 5 men, each shot execution style in the head. The victims aged 31 and 37, their lives intertwined in ways that would baffle investigators for decades. Among the dead was Vincent Salmonte, the pub's owner. Salmonte wasn't just a businessman. He was deeply entrenched in Boston crime, with ties to powerful crime families. Beside him lay John Jack Kelly, the pub's manager, and a former investigative journalist. Kelly's sharp mind and street smarts had earned him both friends and enemies in the city's underworld. The others included Peter Merritt, a friend of Kelly's with no significant criminal ties, Charles McGarry, a low-level offender with a history of petty crimes, and Freddie De La Vega, a known associate of the Winter Hill Gang, one of Boston's most feared criminal organizations, led by the infamous James Whitey Bulger. Each man met the same grisly end, a bullet to the head. Some shot so brutally that their skulls were left shattered. For law enforcement, this wasn't a random act of violence. It was calculated, professional, and deeply personal. The killer struck after closing time, ensuring minimal witnesses. Curiously, the pub's safe was found open, but the $15,000 inside remained untouched. As for theories, some suggested that the massacre was retribution for a botched drug deal. Others speculated that one or more of the victims had crossed the wrong people. Detectives were quick to rule out Peter Merritt and Charles McGarry as intended targets. Merritt's only crime was having a friendship with Jack Kelly, and McGarry, while no saint, had no enemies capable of such a brutal act. Attention turned to the remaining 3 victims, Kelly, De La Vega, and Salmonte. Jack Kelly was a man of contradictions, a journalist who cultivated friendships with mobsters to uncover stories. He was drawn to the criminal underworld like a moth to a flame, one friend recalled, but had his connections finally caught up with him. A new job as a freelance TV producer on the horizon. Some wondered if Kelly had learned too much, or if someone feared he might expose secrets. Freddie De La Vega's ties to the Winter Hill Gang made him a natural suspect, but targeting a member of such a powerful crew was a risk.
Excuse me.
Deviation from Whitey Bulger's organization was swift and unforgiving. Vincent Salmonte, however, was perhaps the most likely target. A man of ambition and vice, Salmonte's dealings in the cocaine game and rumored debts to powerful syndicates painted a target on his back. Had he betrayed the wrong people, or was his murder a warning to others? While the city mourned and speculated, police zeroed in on 2 men, Robert Italiano and William Larardi, both linked to the patriarchal crime family. The trial in 1978 captivated the public, but a lack of solid evidence led to their acquittal. Another name whispered was Nicholas Famia, an enforcer for the Winter Hill Gang. Whitey Bulger himself vouched for Famia's innocence, but years later Bulger's retraction only deepened the mystery. Famia's death in 1983, shot during a supposed robbery, raised further questions. Then there was the Fleming brothers. Vincent, aka Jimmy, Steven. Jimmy's violent reputation and ties to several victims made him a prime suspect, while Steven's chilling nickname, the Rifleman, hinted at his deadly skills. Finally, there was James Martorano, a man straddling the worlds of the Winter Hill Gang and the patriarchal family. His connections to Kelly and his history of violence made him another name investigators couldn't ignore. Despite the extensive list of suspects, no one was ever convicted of the Blackfriars Massacre. The case remains unsolved, a grim chapter in Boston's storied history of crime and corruption. As the years passed, the whispers of what happened that night grew fainter, but the questions and assumptions remained. Someone crossed the wrong person, or had to be silenced, and more than one of them were just plain unlucky to be in that basement in the first place. The phone lines of American federal prisons carried countless conversations, some mundane, some desperate. In the early 2000s, from inside a federal detention center, the voice of Philadelphia drug kingpin Caboni Savage cut through the wires with a chilling declaration to a girlfriend. That's all I dream about, killing rats. It was a promise he'd fulfill, not just against those who dared to testify, but against their family, innocent children included. This is the story of Caboni Savage, a North Philadelphia man who earned the name King of Witness Intimidation. Caboni Savage, born January 1st, 1975, grew up in North Philly's Richard Allen Projects, a neighborhood before moving to Hunting Park. He left Frankfort High School after 9th grade, deeply influenced by his father Joe, who was already deep in the streets, and his father's partner Bubby Thomas. Early on, Savage showed promise as a boxer. He trained at the Front Street Gym in North Philly, had a 15-0 amateur record, and even briefly turned professional in 1997, winning his only pro fight in the welterweight division. But the streets had more pull than the ring. It was the golden age of narcotics after all. Around the time he boxed professionally in the mid-90s, Savage started selling. He showed a knack for the hustle, outselling local dealers and making a name for himself. Soon, he was selling PCP, mainly from his mother's house on Darien Street, and he grew to be a major distributor of PCP, marijuana, crack, and cocaine.
Whenever you attack,
in the late 1990s, Savage controlled multiple blocks in North Philadelphia. To boost profits, he began diluting and recompressing drugs. This way, Savage could increase the volume of his product without getting more raw materials. To dilute the drugs, he would mix them with any other substance.
I have no idea how that card looks. Anyway, I'm gonna get going. Later. Sorry I watched so much crazy shit tonight. I gotta go. Love you, love you, love you, love you. Sorry I'm not really in the shot either. I'm kind of not sitting correctly, but I gotta go. Peace out. Love you. Bye.